Good morning, good morning. Can I just get a wave?
Morning, Bongi.
Morning, Bongi.
Morning, morning. A very warm welcome to you all and welcome to the 7th Annual Emerging African Researcher Training Academy 2026. It's quite a mouthful, right? So I think for this week, let's just call it the Training Academy. So the the Academy is an initial initiative that is led by the HSRC in collaboration with the three university partners, being the University of Pretoria, University of Zululand, as well as Sol Plaatje. And it has three main objectives. Firstly, to contribute towards strengthening research skills and capacity among postgraduate students, as well as early career researchers. And then also to provide practical training, as well as mentorship from leading researchers and subject experts, as you will see across the whole week. And importantly, we aim to build a vibrant network of African researchers who can collaborate, who can innovate and contribute to evidence-informed development across the continent. So just look at that. Every second I see another name appearing on the participants list. It's absolutely wonderful, right? To welcome so many of you from universities, research institutions, organizations across the country, as well as the African continent. So whether you're joining as an MA student, a PhD candidate, a postdoc, a lecturer, or in any other role, we are absolutely delighted to have you here. Thank you for choosing to spend this week investing in yourself and in your research. We know you have so many demands on your time, and we certainly don't take your presence here for granted. So my name is Bongiwe Mngcwango, and I'm a Chief Research Specialist here at the Human Sciences Research Council, the HSRC, which is South Africa's statutory research council dedicated to the social sciences and humanities. So I'll be sharing hosting duties this morning with my colleague, Dr. Jacqueline Harvey. Jackie, could you please give a quick wave so that people can see you? Wonderful. Okay, now more people are still joining us. And you know, as I watch more names appear on the screen, it just crossed my mind that actually, you know, every of those names represent a story, a dream, a research question they're pursuing, a community they are representing, who knows, future scientist, a future policymaker, a future academic, and perhaps even the person whose research will help solve our continent's greatest challenges. So whatever brought you here this morning, we are just pleased that you were able to join us, and welcome once more to the Academy. We have just 30 minutes together this morning with an exciting program ahead, including welcome addresses from our distinguished guests. So let's make the most of our time together and get this wonderful week off to a great start. Now, before we get onto the formalities to the official, we get into the official formalities, I thought we could just wake everyone up a little this morning. It's 9 o'clock here in South Africa. For some of you joining us from elsewhere on the continent, it might be even a little earlier. I'm aware that we are also being joined by colleagues that are somewhere in Kenya. Yeah, so let's just do a quick exercise that's gonna wake us up. In a few minutes, I'll hand over to our divisional executive, Professor Charlene Swartz, who will officially welcome all of you on behalf of the HSRC. But before all those serious business, let's see who's in the room. So I'd like you to open the Zoom chat. Please complete the 3 statements. I don't know if we've posted them in, Jackie, or I can just quickly throw them in the chat.
Them, Bongi. People have been responding. There's been some great responses already.
Oh, great, great. It's 3 statements I'm joining from. My research area is, and the last thing I used AI was. And we said, if you haven't used AI as yet, Simple say, I haven't used AI. I'm yet to see how many of those responses we'll be getting.
I've seen quite a few diverse responses. Quite a few people have used AI for learning about systematic reviews. So that's a good session to attend tomorrow, everyone.
Nice, nice, nice. And in terms of where people are coming from, Jackie?
Quite a few. I've seen SPU, I've seen UNISA, a diverse range. And then a lot of different interest areas. I saw people are interested in the elections. Some people are doing economics, agrarian research.
Great.
Intergovernmental relations, labor market inclusion. That's quite interesting for us.
Oh, wow. Just look at the breadth of expertise in the room.
And people using AI for editing, writing, lesson planning, learning about proposals.
I love the diversity. Because Africa's biggest challenges, they don't come neatly packaged into one discipline, right? Just think of COVID-19. It wasn't just a medical problem, but we needed epidemiologists to understand how the virus spread. We needed clinicians to develop treatments. We needed economists. We needed sociologists. We needed behavioral scientists.
Mbuyelo, you make me laugh because he last used AI to plan a solo date.
Thanks for sharing.
Use ChatGPT to develop a mind map on career development. That's Nokonwaba. Thank you for sharing.
Amazing. Amazing. And that's exactly why this academy is so relevant. Isn't it interesting? Without even planning it, you've already demonstrated the theme of this year's academy. Because we can already see that every one of us is engaging with AI differently. Of course, some of us are embracing it, some are still exploring, some are still deciding what role it should play in the research. And that's where meaningful conversation begin. Great. Thanks for that, Jackie. Thanks for that. So this year's theme is African research voices in the age of artificial intelligence, right? Notice what comes first. African research voices, not AI, but the voices. Because technology should amplify our voices, but not replace them. So that order is very intentional. As much as AI can help us with a whole of things, some listed here, but it cannot replace our curiosity, our lived experiences, our critical thinking, and importantly, it cannot replace African perspective. So during the course of the week, you'll see that the academy, it's not really about telling you that AI has all the answers, but it's about helping us understand how to use these powerful tools responsibly, ethically, and strategically, while ensuring that African researchers and African knowledge remains at the center of knowledge creation. So you all in the right place. Over the next 5 days, you learn from leading researchers from here at the HSRC, from our partner universities, whilst building practical research skills, and importantly, connecting with fellow researchers from across Africa. But perhaps more importantly, again, you'll become part of the growing community of African scholars learning from one another. So my challenge to you this week is simple. Just be curious, ask questions, don't be shy, learn from people outside your discipline, participate in the discussions, and engage with your fellow researchers and peers. Because the more you put into this academy, it's the more you'll be able to take away. So now, as promised, we've had a bit of fun. And now it's time for the official welcome. And it is my privilege to introduce someone whose leadership has been instrumental in creating opportunities for emerging researchers and strengthening research capacity across the continent. And those of us who have had the honor of working with Professor Charlene Swartz, we know that she has a heart. She has a genuine passion for young people, for nurturing the next generation of African scholars, as she has consistently championed research excellence whilst creating opportunities for them to learn, to grow, as well as to thrive. She is also an internationally recognized sociologist and one of the country's leading scholars in youth studies, in education, and also in social justice. And her research focuses on improving the lives and opportunities of young people, especially in the Global South. Now, please join me in warmly welcoming our divisional executive, Charlene. You can clap.
Good morning, colleagues. It is really incredible to see 304 of you in the room today. And in one sense, we have COVID to thank for this emerging academy. 7 years ago, we went online with an academy that we had been running from the HSRC and in partnership with many of the universities who are here in the room today, because we needed to do something when COVID didn't allow us to meet in person. So it's been 7 years. And Bongi is right. The name of the academy is certainly a mouthful. I was thinking this morning of all sorts of acronyms that we could have, and ERA also is one of them, African Emerging Researchers Academy, right? It's been an era of making sure that people are equipped. Nearly 20 years ago, when I finished my PhD, I joined the HSRC. And in the first year, I realized I didn't know a whole lot of things. So I had a PhD, but I still didn't have many of the tools that I needed to do my work. And so we began to do capacity development at the HSRC. I was a postdoctoral fellow, got people to join me, and then we started partnering with University of Zululand, with other universities, and we started to say, what is it that young graduates need? And young people who are doing their postgraduate studies, what do they need to get a head start? So that's how the academy started in my understanding and in my affiliation with it. And I am grateful for all of the learnings that I have done while teaching, but also while attending many of the sessions and courses that you will see today. Statistics and visual methodologies and all those issues were things that I was grappling with 20 years ago and still am learning. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 7th version of this academy. Let me first welcome our partner institutions. Bongi has welcomed them by institution, but let me welcome some of the people who are representing those institutions. From the University of Pretoria, Dr. Mary Mangai. She's a senior lecturer in the School of Public Management and Administration. And please send our greetings to Prof. Gerda van Dijk, Dr. Mangai, who's been with us over the past few years representing the University of Pretoria. From Sol Plaatje University, Professor Oleglihle Seboglai, Director of Research, and Professor Deborah Meyer, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning. Thank you so much for joining us, for being part of this partnership. And from the University of Zululand, Mr. Connor Jacobs, Director of the Postgraduate Studies and Innovation. The thing that's really special about the HSRC's partnership with these 3 universities is that this academy is one of many partnerships. Many of you from the University of Zululand will know that Professor Xolisa Mothosi is now the chairperson of the board of the HSRC, your former vice chancellor. But we've had a long association with the University of Zululand. From Sol Plaatje University, we work closely together on local municipal innovation with Dr. Peter Jacobs, and many of you will be aware of that partnership. From the University of Pretoria, we have multiple partnerships, but the Centre for the Future of Work is a board that I sit on, and a huge project on young people in the future of work that we share with the University of Pretoria. So it's incredible to be able to go together along this journey. If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far you go together, as the African proverb says. So thank you for shaping this program with us and for standing with us today. Let me begin with a story, and some of you who know me well will know that this is one of my favorite stories, but let me tell it again because I think it's really applicable. There is an old story about 3 stonemasons or bricklayers in today's parlance, each doing the same job. Asked what they were doing, the first said, "I am laying bricks." The second said, "I am building a wall." And the third said, "I am building a cathedral." Same stones, same bricks, but a very different vision. And this is really an important piece about every single session for this week. I'm not sure exactly how many sessions we have. I want to say 50 to 100, but it really is 5 days of lots and lots of sessions. And you could take it and say, these are the bricks that I need. Or you could say that this is some of the tools that I need to build a cathedral out of my research, to build something that will last for a lifetime. The builders of Great Zimbabwe were not simply stacking granite. They were raising the seat of a civilization. Walls fitted so precisely they needed no mortar to stand for centuries. The scholars of Timbuktu were not simply storing parchment. They were building libraries that carried mathematics, astronomy, law, and medicine across generations from the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, so that knowledge could outlive any one lifetime. Those involved in the Square Kilometre Array telescope project are not simply gazing into the past and future of the universe. They are encouraging a whole new generation of young people to embark on STEM careers, literally with stars in their eyes. So that is the tradition that this academy stands in. We are not here to teach emerging researchers to lay bricks, to churn out papers and tick boxes. We are here to help build cathedrals, bodies of scholarship that will last a lifetime, and libraries of knowledge that are worth defending from the African continent. And building cathedrals today, especially in the age of artificial intelligence, where we can easily abandon our magnificent ability to think and be deeply human, asks something specific of all of us. It asks that we take the bricks that we learn in terms of capacity development and we develop deep scholarship, that we learn to read closely, to think rigorously, to earn every conclusion with evidence. And it's now even more demanding because the world is moving at a rapid pace where AI tools can draft, summarize, and analyze in seconds. But the researchers who thrive, the researchers who will change our continent, will be the ones who reject that pace and not let AI think for them. They will be the ones who hold both together, moving fast where speed serves the work, and slowing down where only human depth and thought will do. This is the balance that this academy this year is here to build. So welcome to the 7th African Emerging Researchers Academy, and let's get started. Thank you.
Continue clapping. I'm loving that. Thank you so much, Professor Swaz, for that really fascinating history of the academy as well. But importantly, those words of, encouragement. We are building bodies of cathedrals. We all have a responsibility. Yeah, it shows that people were listening. I love the reactions. So with those words, I would like us to move along and invite Dr. Mary Mangai. Dr. Mangai, I hope you'll be able to connect. I know you're away and praying very hard that the connectivity cooperates. Are you in the room, Dr. Mangai, or not yet?
I don't see her in the room, Bongi.
She was here
Okay.
earlier. Perhaps she's dropped off from connectivity.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So I'm gonna check if Miss Zikhona is in the room.
Yes, Doc, I'm in.
Oh, sorry, I see Dr. Mangai is trying to phone, so let me just... So she was in the meeting, but she was struggling to unmute. So if Zakir and Bramos can please support her in
Okay.
that. Okay, so while she's getting organized, I was just checking if Zikhona is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You are the one, just to confirm again, you are the one who's delivering the words of support from UniZulu.
Yes, on behalf of the director, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zikhona. So Ms. Jacobs is also a manager for postgraduate studies and information management in the Research and Innovation Division at UniZulu. She has over a decade of experience in higher education and has played a very important role in postgraduate support, academic development, as well as research administration, helping to strengthen research capacity and student success. The floor is yours, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bongiwe. I would like to take this opportunity and greet everyone. And also, it is a great opportunity for me to be, I think it's the first time joining the academy. And I would also like to welcome the emerging researchers. So the University of Zululand is the only comprehensive university in the northern region of KwaZulu-Natal, an area largely surrounded by rural communities. So our university is committed to teaching, research, and community engagement that responds to the needs, aspirations, and realities of African societies. What makes UniZulu unique is our identity as a node of African thought, reflecting our commitment to advancing scholarship rooted in African perspective, indigenous knowledge systems, local languages, and lived experiences. We believe that Africa researchers should not only contribute to global knowledge production, but also play a leading role in shaping research agendas that addresses the continent's challenges and opportunities. So this year's theme, which states that African research voices in the age of artificial intelligence, aligns strongly with the University of Zululand strategic plan. Strategic goal number 1, positioning University of Zululand as a key African university that advances knowledge grounded in African realities while contributing to global scholarships. Meanwhile, while strategic goal number 2 focuses on developing UniZulu as a smart university by embracing digital transformation and equipping researchers and students with skills needed to thrive in an increasingly digital and AI-driven environment. So for us, this partnership, we strengthen our commitment to building research capacity, promote innovation, and empowering African scholars to generate knowledge that makes a meaningful impact on society. The challenges facing our continent, from inequality, public health to climate changes, and rapid technological change, cannot be solved by only one institution working alone. They require a collaboration, shared expertise, and a strong research capacity across Africa. Though this partnership, our researchers and postgraduate students gain opportunities to strengthen their research skills, learn from experts, and collaborate with scholars from across the continent. More importantly, this collaboration is about empowering African researchers to produce knowledge that informs policy, address African priorities, and improves the lives of our communities. So we are very proud to be part of this initiative as the University of Zululand to invest not only in individual researchers, but also in African futures as leaders in knowledge creation and innovation. To all our participants joining this academy this year, I would like to offer 3 simple advices. As Dr. Bongiwe has said, be fully engaged, ask questions, participate in the discussions, and make the most of every learning opportunity. Build relationships. The networks you build here are not just are also valuable as the technical skills you will gain. And think beyond the academy. Consider how you will apply what you are learning today to strengthen research at your institution, contribute to your community, and addresses the real challenges facing our continent. I would like to leave you with one important message. Research is not only about papers or earning qualification. At its best, research generates knowledge that transforms lives, informs policy, drives innovation, and creates opportunities for sustainable development. This academy is building more than research skills. It is building a community of African scholars who will shape the future of the continent through rigorous, ethical, and impactful research. I encourage each of you to embrace this opportunity, learn from one another, share your experience, and leave inspired to become ambassadors of research excellence and African-led innovation. Together, through this collaboration, shared knowledge, and a common purpose, we can ensure that African research continues to influence the continent and the world. So by these words, I would like to welcome you and have a fruitful week. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Really appreciated the node of African thought, right? Again, the takeaway there is the importance of collaboration and empowering African researchers to address our continental problems. Okay, so let's move on. I see you, Dr. Mangai, and I'm excited.
Yes. Good morning, Program Director. Good morning to colleagues from HSRC. Good morning to researchers and, of course, departments and institutions in partnership with this very valuable program. I'm one person who has been privileged to be a steering committee member since from the inception, and it's really wonderful to see how this has emerged so wonderfully. I like to start with a quote from Nelson Mandela. He once said that education is the most powerful weapon which we can actually use to change the world. It's actually an honor to actually bring greetings on behalf of my director, Prof. Hadda van Dijk, and I would definitely send greetings to her as indicated by Swartz. She's actually unavoidably absent. She has been always at the opening of this event. The University of Pretoria is proud partner of this program, and this year's theme, the Africa Research Voices in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, actually should challenge us to ensure that African scholars are not merely users of emerging technologies, but active contributors to the knowledge, the innovation, and the ethical debate shaping the future of research. And I think this is what this program is about. So at the University of Pretoria, the pursuit of creation and application of knowledge are central to our academic mission. Our drive for knowledge is not limited to producing publications. We actually seek to generate research that addresses societal challenges, to strengthen institutions, to inform policies, and to improve lives across South Africa, but also across the African continent. We therefore really commend the HSRC for leading and ensuring the delivery of this important training program. And I think through this academy, the HSRC and the university partners are actually investing directly in Africa's emerging scholars. And this is a laudable effort. This is not simply an academic training, and this is to all participants here. I don't want you to see it as an academic training, but it should be a capacity development designed to equip participants for their study, for their research, for work responsibilities, and even future careers. I can see that the program covers all essential areas of research, including research leadership and ethical use of artificial intelligence. And these are the skills that are required to make scholars more confident, competent, and job market ready. And I hope that after this week, participants will be able to better equipped to complete their studies, conduct credible research, but also compete for funding and communicating their findings, and also perform effectively in their various universities and of course various research institutes or even the private sector. And to the emerging scholars here, I just want to add my voice to the already voices that have spoken to you. I encourage you to participate actively and to ask questions, to build relationships, and to take full advantage of the expertise available during this week. Use artificial intelligence responsibly, but also never allow technology to replace your critical thinking, ethical judgment, or even your own scholarly voice, and as the team indicated. I hope that the impact of this academy this year would extend beyond this 5 days, and I hope that it produces stronger researchers, successful postgrad students, but also ethical professionals and African scholars who work to contribute meaningfully to the development of our continent. And on behalf of the University of Pretoria, I like to thank HSRC, all partner institutions, but also organizers and facilitators of this important initiatives. I wish every participant a productive, enriching, and transforming academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mangaye. Let's appreciate Dr. Mangaye. Let's clap, let's clap. Now we're moving on to Professor Olihile. Prof. And whilst Prof is getting organized, maybe I can just read his short bio as well. So Prof. Sebulai leads the University of Soulplatki's research, innovation, and postgraduate development agenda. He's a microbiologist by training with more than 15 years of experience in research leadership, and has published extensively. And Prof is also passionate about strengthening research capacity and building sustainable research ecosystems within higher education. Prof.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Program Director. And let me stand on established protocol by acknowledging colleagues from the Human Sciences Research Council, our partner institutions, distinguished facilitators, and most importantly, the researchers who are joining us this morning. It is truly my privilege to be with you today. As introduced, I am Ulihile Sebulai, and I'm the Director of Research at Sol Plaatje University. Over the years, I've also become deeply involved in research leadership, supporting researchers and strengthening postgraduate education. It is therefore both a personal and professional honor to represent Sol Plaatje University as one of the institutional partners in this important initiative. When I looked at the theme for this year, it could not be more timely, particularly because artificial intelligence is reshaping how research is being conceived, conducted, analyzed, as well as being communicated. And while AI represents remarkable opportunities to improve efficiency, accelerate discovery, it also challenged us to think about how we conduct our research in a manner that should be ethical, but also maintaining research originality and integrity. When I look at the collaboration that we've established with the Human Sciences Research Council, the University of Pretoria, University of Zululand, it demonstrates that it is possible that when working together, we can achieve so much more than working in isolation. So by pulling together our expertise, we can create opportunities for knowledge exchange, mentorship, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Equally important, when I look at this partnership, it also contributes to the building of the next generation of scholars. And capacity development is not simply about acquiring technical skills, it is also about cultivating confidence, critical thinking, and a commitment to using research to improving our lives. And if I can just say a few words dedicated to our participants, I want to say to you, please be curious. Make sure that you attend all the sessions with an open mind, even when the topic lies outside your immediate field of study. Some of these valuable ideas actually emerge at the intersection of disciplines. As I conclude, I want to encourage each one of you to view this year's academy not simply as a week of training, but as the beginning or perhaps a continuation of your journey as a researcher. And I want to wish you all a productive and an inspired academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof, for those words. And as we conclude this session, can I ask that we all show, our appreciation to our speakers with a big round of applause? I know some have been already clapping. Let's all wake up and get ready for the next session. We are about 8 minutes over time. So just thank you, Professor Swaz, and the other speakers. Thank you so much for sharing not only your expertise, but also your experiences as well as wisdom. And we truly appreciate your time and contribution to the academy. With a few remaining minutes, I just want to ask Dr. Harvey just to give us a quick run through of what is to be expected in the next 5 days.
Thank you, Dr. Mwango. Okay, so I believe that all of you will have received the program via email, and there was a question in the chat whether you should follow the program or our repository online. Please follow the program. We had a few technical difficulties last week, and the repository is a little bit behind the updates. Okay, so the program runs every day this week from 9 to 4. There are 2 breaks and a lunch break, so a morning tea break and an afternoon tea break. Please try to be on time for the sessions. They are not short, but there's a lot packed into each module. So if you're on time and ready to go, that would be greatly appreciated. And if you are prepared. So if there's any software you need to download or anything like that, please come to the modules prepared. That will be on the repository. Okay, then day 1 today is just 1 track. So you can attend every single module today. There are no choices. However, from tomorrow, there are multiple tracks per day. So you might have to attend or want to attend the module in the first track, and then after that go to a module in the second track. So you just have to bear in mind that there are 2, and on day 3 there are 3 tracks just in the afternoon. And yeah, so that's our program. While you're in the sessions, please bear in mind that we must all be cordial and nice to one another, so no nasty comments or anything like that. Not that we've had a problem with that in the past, but just to say it. And if there are any questions, you can ask me now or just put in the chat. Oh, that was one of the other questions. Will the sessions be recorded and made available? Yes, they will. Please give us a few days because the recording has to be saved and then uploaded. So they won't be made immediately, but by next week, you will be able to revisit the recordings. I'll see if I can post the program in the chat. Double check. Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions other than posting the program. So I think that's all from my side.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, everyone. Now go, learn, and enjoy. We've come to the end of this short session. I also don't want to get into trouble with the facilitator of the next module. So thank you all. Thank you.
Bongi, there are 2 more questions in the chat, one about certificates and one about module links or Jackie's.
Okay, so let's address those in the chat, Alude, just so that I don't take any more of your time. So we'll
Okay,
address
perfect.
those. Thanks.
Can I go ahead and continue? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see the strong numbers and that everyone is settled with our welcomes and introductions. So as Jackie mentioned, there's only 1 track today, so we can attend every session. And to kick us off, our first session of the day is on theoretical and conceptual frameworks in postgraduate research. So I hope you've brought some problems and some questions. A reminder that this session and all the sessions in the Academy will be recorded. So I hope that you're comfortable with that. And I do think the recordings will be made available after the Academy. And then I also want to remind you all, and I'm going to pop it in the chat now, that there is an evaluation link to be completed after each session. Jackie, if you have that readily available, won't you go ahead and pop it in the chat, please? I've lost my link. But to remember to please evaluate each session after it's ended. So our first speaker of today, or rather presenter of this session, is Professor Amasa Ndofirepi. Professor Amasa Ndofirepi from Sol Plaatje University. Professor Ndofirepi is in the philosophy of education and educational foundation, excuse me. Their expertise are in African philosophy of education, philosophy for children, and higher education studies. Prof. Amasa has published over 13 edited book volumes and many book chapters, journal articles, and international conferences. So without further ado, and not to take any more time, Prof. Amasa, if I can hand over to you, and you can go ahead and get started. Is Prof. Amasa in the room with us?
Yes, I'm in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Very well, very clear. If you've got a deck to share, you can go ahead and share.
Is there someone who's going to help me sharing my slides, or I can do it from here?
I think you can try and do it from your side unless you struggle. Colleagues, if you have a question for Prof. Amasa as they're presenting, go ahead and pop them in the chat. I see you're all very lively and active in the chat anyway. Great, keep it going. And if there is time towards the end of the session, I will let people unmute and ask questions. But for now, I'll keep track of the questions in the chat as you're all introducing yourselves. And if there are any burning questions or points of clarification while Prof. Amasa is presenting, I might, Prof, interrupt to ask you if there are any clarifying or burning questions. How are you doing with your presentation, Prof?
I was going to request if you could assist me with sharing my slides, which I did.
Jackie, could you let me know where I might find that?
I did send the slides to.
Okay, on the repository, 1 second, let me just grab them.
I see. I got it, Jackie. Jackie, would you like me to share? Is there anyone else, a technician that can share that's in the room? Is there anyone assisting with tech in this session?
I don't think they have the presentation.
All right. I will share it then from my side.
I did send my slides through.
No, I have your slides, Prof. I was just wondering if anyone else could share. I have them, and I'm assuming you can see, colleagues. Let me know if you can see.
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Go ahead, Prof. Amasa.
I'm not
When you
sure
need
if
me to change over, you'll just say next slide, and I'll go to the next slide.
I've lost track. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Once again, colleagues, a very good morning. My name, like I was introduced, my name is Professor Masamba Firepi. I am coming from a philosophy of education background, and I hope I will not overdose you with my theory. I will try as much as possible to simplify issues at hand. If you may proceed to the next slide, please. Now, colleagues, I would like to start by indicating to you that my slides or my presentation is structured in such a way that I focus first on the functions of theory in educational research very briefly, and proceed on to look at the concept of the relationship between theory and research, then proceed on to the concept of a framework and the different types of frameworks, including frameworks in practice, and the relationship between the research components in line with theory and theoretical frameworks. And I will also share with you some of the key reference points that we could use to have a clearer understanding of the concepts of theoretical and conceptual frameworks. My presentation will be incomplete without delving into issues of the implications of using artificial intelligence being one of the core themes for this year's academy. And then I will summarize my presentation and I will open up for questions to all here present. Thank you. If you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Colleagues, my presentation today will seek to provide participants with some ability to explain the meaning of theory and framework in research, as well as distinguish between theoretical and conceptual frameworks. Coupled with that, I will also help with identifying major scholars associated with each framework, and also you should be able to select appropriate theoretical framework for a research study, taking into consideration that most of the participants here present are both postgraduate supervisors as well as early career academics and postgraduate students themselves. Like I said earlier on, my presentation will be incomplete without looking at the implications of our understanding of conceptual and theoretical framework in the age of artificial intelligence and the challenges therein. And if I may proceed to the next slide, please. Now, colleagues, theory in educational research plays a key function that is multifaceted in dimensions, and it performs several important critical functions, including explaining phenomenon. Why do some learners, for example, achieve better than others? Why do teachers adopt certain educational practices? Theory will help to explain phenomena. Besides that, it also guides the research process, as well as providing a framework for interpretation of findings in relation to the knowledge that you are seeking to find out. And the act of theorizing supports prediction, as well as helps in building knowledge to confirm, refine, extend, and challenge existing theories. In other words, theory can be used to challenge other theories. So what characterizes a good theory, for example? A good theory will explain phenomena. It will also predict relationships or outcomes, and it is logically consistent. And in most instances, I'm only saying in most instances, it is supported by empirical evidence. In other instances, we might not necessarily have theory being supported by evidence from the empirical research. But it also good theory will generate new research questions and guide the practice and policy, especially in the context of our social sciences. If we can proceed to the next slide, please. Now, where then do we find the relationship between theory and research? I will argue that theory and research have a reciprocal relationship. On the one hand, we have theory informing research by providing explanations and guiding the research design, We'll get into the finer details of that. On the other hand, research comes by informing theory, by testing, refining, and extending or challenging theoretical ideas. So there is this symbiotic relationship between the two. In the process of doing that, the reciprocal relationship is often described as a continuous cycle. It continues from theory, for example, to research questions, to the methodology, to data collection, to data analysis, to findings, to theory refinement. In other words, it is a cyclic process which connects all the various stages of the research process are connected by theory. Hence, I'll argue that it is key to note that in educational research, for example, theory is more than a collection of ideas. It's not simply a matter of collecting ideas that are in existence. It is a coherent, evidence-based explanation that helps researchers understand educational phenomena, design rigorous studies, and interpret findings. So a key component is that theory is coherent and evidence-based explanation. And equally so, it will be important to also note that a well-chosen theory provides the intellectual foundation. I want to underline the word intellectual foundation. It becomes the basis that something is closing on my slide, sorry. Okay. I was saying a well-chosen theory provides intellectual foundation that connects the research problem, the literature review, the methodology. In other words, all the various stages and processes of research are connected by theory. So it plays a key role. Hence, the relationship that I mentioned earlier on, which is symbiotic, which is reciprocal between theory and research. Next slide, please. Thank you. Right. Now, yes. Now, having explained theory, I wanted to look at the concept of a framework. A framework, for me, is a structured system of ideas, concepts, or principles, or components that provides guidance for understanding and organizing or investigating a particular issue. If you look on the right of my slide, you would see a structure that is made up of concepts, principles, relationships, and context. They all together collectively form a structure, and these guide research, practice, and decision making. Hence, it will be important for us to note that a framework serves as a blueprint. This is quite core, colleagues, or a scaffold, as a kind of support that gives direction to research, practice, and decision making. Hence, it is my view that a framework helps the researcher to define the boundaries of the study and to organize key concepts while explaining the relationships among those concepts and variables, and also assists in guiding data collection, analysis, and interpretation, in order to ensure that the study is coherent and logically structured. Thus, it is important, colleagues, for us to observe that a research framework provides an intellectual structure that supports the entire study. So no study would be meaningful, or no research study can be meaningful without this core structure called a framework. I'll proceed to the next slide. Thank you. Now, there are different types of frameworks, but for the purpose of our presentation, while in my own background or understanding, we can talk of 3 types of frameworks in the research study. But for the purpose of today's presentation, I will remain focused on 2. The 2 frameworks that I will draw on will help researchers provide a clear structure, like I said earlier on, and direction for their studies. One is the theoretical framework. A theoretical framework, which is a framework that is based on established theory. Very basic and very important is the fact that a theoretical framework is rooted in what was already existing in theory, and it explains the theoretical foundations of the study. Hence, Creswell has confirmed that a framework provides an organizing structure that connects the research problem with the relevant literature, the theory, the methods, ensuring that all parts of the study are aligned. It becomes a thread. The framework that we are referring to here provides a thread, but for a conceptual framework, for a theoretical framework, this is the kind of framework that is based on existing theory. On the other hand, there is a framework that is developed by the researcher themselves. And this is the conceptual framework, developed by the researcher to show the relationships among key concepts or variables being investigated. In other words, the researcher originates or identifies the concepts himself or herself to structure the work that they want to present. In other words, a framework becomes the guiding structure, and without both frameworks, conceptual or theoretical framework, research will lack direction and coherence. Now, it is important to observe that, like I said earlier on, that there is the framework both frameworks provide a thread from the research problem to the literature review to the theories themselves, to the methods and the findings. In other words, a bond between the various structures of the research process is comes in form of a framework. But not all research studies have both a theoretical and conceptual framework. I'll explain. If we can move to the next slide. Now, there is a general pattern. Let's understand this, colleagues, of where then does the theoretical framework and conceptual framework come in? Now, given the three dimensions of the research process, which could either be quantitative, qualitative, or research or mixed methods, you would note that often the theoretical framework is aligned with quantitative research. But in quantitative research, we may also have conceptual framework to illustrate relationship among variables. So many quantitative studies use both conceptual and theoretical frameworks. Now, for qualitative studies may use theoretical framework to guide interpretation. For example, for many qualitative studies, for example, if you are looking at in education, you can think of Bourdieu's theory of practice or Foucault's discourse theory. These are this will make a good component of a theoretical framework, where some qualitative studies, particularly grounded theory, ethnography, or phenomenology, may not begin with a formal theoretical framework because theory emerges from data. In other words, there are instances where not necessarily all qualitative research begins with theoretical framework, because it will emerge after that the data has been collected. So where such instances happen, that's where we have a conceptual framework being developed to organize concepts, but it is not always required. Hence, you find attachments of qualitative research are mainly associated with conceptual or with that theoretical framework, although in other cases we may also have both theoretical framework and conceptual framework in qualitative research. But for mixed methods, this frequently uses both theoretical and conceptual method framework, noting that this is a mixed method kind of research. So the choice and the use of frameworks depends on the research purpose. If it is quantitative, then you find the dominance of theoretical framework, but also we may also have a conceptual framework coming in. If it is quantitative research, we have the entry of theoretical framework. If it is mixed methods, it's a combination of both theoretical and conceptual framework. Next slide, please. Now, I want to take you through briefly to say where then do we locate the theoretical framework for us to have a strong thesis which demonstrates a logical flow of argument, or a strong dissertation. A strong dissertation would move from a research problem to a literature review, and after a literature review, it has a theoretical framework as described earlier on, and in instances, we may have, depending on the purpose, we may have a conceptual framework, then the research questions. So you see, number 3 and 4, if we go back to number 3 and 4, so if you see 3 and 4 are quite key to inform the research questions, the research methodology, the data collection, data analysis, and the discussion of the findings. There is need, if we are going to have a strong thesis or dissertation, there's need for alignment. And this alignment comes in if we have a strong theoretical or conceptual framework. The literature.
Prof, there is a question from Kuma as to whether there are instances where the theoretical framework and conceptual framework could be integrated, or are they typically in separate sections?
Very good. I was going to come to that, and thank you very much for that question. You will find there are no hard and fast rules. Different institutions will have different interpretations, where in some instances, one institution would insist that they desperately require, or they definitely require, the presence of both theoretical and conceptual framework after the literature review. But in other instances, remember I said it depends on the purpose for which that kind of study is designed. In instances, some institutions would say, if you have the theoretical framework, it becomes part of the chapter on literature review, and therefore there's no need for a conceptual framework. But in other institutions or in other studies, like say in quantitative studies, it would be expected that a separate section on conceptual framework generated by the researcher himself or itself is very critical to come after the theoretical framework. I'm not sure if I have answered the colleague. Does that help?
Yes, I'm sure it does, Prof. And then before you move on, in case you miss it, there was a question as to whether there's a difference between a research statement or research problem. Sorry, the question has now disappeared. I think the person might have deleted it.
But the next module covers research questions in depth, so I think that's why it was deleted.
Okay, all right, perfect. Now move on, please, Prof.
Yeah, because I had not wanted to proceed to touch on my colleague's presentation. Otherwise, I miss up issues. Thank you very much for allowing me to proceed. I was saying, for us to have a strong thesis, there must be this alignment that ensures connection between one stage and the next. And this alignment comes in with the presence, or in the presence of, a theoretical or conceptual framework. Literature review will provide the foundation by identifying what is known and what is missing and why the study matters. From there, the frameworks will provide direction. The theoretical and conceptual framework will provide direction by explaining the key concepts and the relationships therein. In terms of methodology, the methodology implements the investigation by outlining how the study will be carried out and carried out rigorously. And this can only be strong if there is a strong conceptual or theoretical framework. So when each stage flows logically into the next, the research becomes coherent, credible, and compelling, demonstrating a strong and rigorous thesis or dissertation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, what then is the relationship of the research components to theoretical and conceptual frameworks? Theoretical frameworks, as well as conceptual framework, are not isolated sections of a thesis. They are not isolated. I'm going back to the previous question in the previous slide that I talked about. They are closely connected to the literature review, the methodology, and data analysis. Hence, a well-designed study demonstrates alignment among all the components. I will not go much into the finer details, but just to indicate that the frameworks, for example, if we have a research problem, the frameworks, either theoretical or conceptual, will identify the issue to be investigated. They help to narrow and focus the problem and provide the rationale for the study. Without a strong theoretical or conceptual framework, it becomes very, very difficult for our students or for postgraduate studies to remain focused. Otherwise, it's literature everywhere. The literature review. The literature will inform the choice and development of the theoretical and conceptual framework. In other words, theoretical and conceptual frameworks are informed by the literature and that relationship. While the theoretical framework itself connects the existing theory and helps to interpret the findings in light of that theory. On the other hand, the conceptual framework will provide a visual or logical model designed by the researcher himself or herself in order to clarify the relationship among variables. In terms of methodology, the frameworks will ensure that the methods are consistent with the theoretical assumptions and the conceptual model. While as the researcher analyzes the data, the frameworks will assist in the discussion of the findings in relation to theory and the conceptual model. So the takeaway for such an understanding is that a well-designed, sorry, the slide is covered. A well-designed study shows coherence and alignment. The research problem is addressed through the lens of theory, organized through the concepts and studied using appropriate methods and interpreted meanings. If I can proceed.
Thanks, Prof. Can we take a couple of minutes just to address a few questions in the room? There are quite a few that are piling up already. So the first is around how you would treat established theories and conceptual frameworks versus newer or emerging ones. I suppose the question is about, acceptability and validity of new and emerging theories versus established ones.
Great. My interpretation would be that while existing theory becomes the basic foundation because it already exists. It can be proven to be different and can assist in generating new knowledge. With the emergence of new knowledge, we may, or the researcher may in the process discard the initial understanding as long as new evidence comes in. So this is where now the entry of conceptual framework becomes very, very important, because key concepts are now coming in from the existing theory, which the researcher is trying to think differently from the already existing theory. So that kind of relationship is very, very important. The question that I'm getting, if I'm getting you right, is that there is established theory and there are new ideas that are coming up. Where is the relationship, and how do we balance out the existence of old or previously existing theory and the theories that are coming out of if I picked the question right, unless if I'm missing something.
No, I think you're right, Prof. I think the colleague that might be asking the question is there's obviously a push, especially for us in the global South, to be developing our own theories, but perhaps there's a struggle with acceptability and validity. And I think your answer is great, is that even emerging theories, they don't exist from nowhere. They don't exist in a vacuum. They're informed by theories that have come before and that have existed and that have been established. So it's important to just make those links and connections. So from Zilondiwe, Prof, we have a question about how you can distinguish between a paradigm, a theoretical framework, and a conceptual framework. It's not an easy question to answer, I imagine. They're referencing their own study on Afrocentric paradigms that bring together several theoretical and conceptual perspectives. And so they want to understand how they might, I guess, marshal between paradigm, conceptual framework, and theoretical framework.
Quite loaded. It might be a big question for another day,
Sure.
which might take us the whole day to explain, or a total lecture to explain. But the paradigm becomes a broader picture, the broader picture from which we draw some minute concepts that are relevant or specific to what we want to study. But for example, we can talk of interpretivism or critical, the critical paradigm. It becomes far broader than and more encompassing than from which we can draw the theoretical framework and concepts from the broader paradigm. So each paradigm has got its own concepts or relevant concepts that address that particular paradigm.
Thanks, Prof. I think I'll let you continue now. Colleagues, some of you are asking very sort of specific questions in the chat, specific to your individual problem, specific to your field, that Prof may or may not be able to answer because they are quite, focused. So if other colleagues in the chat have responses as well to some of your questions, others are just questions of clarification, please do go ahead and respond. I know some of you want to save questions till the end, but these sessions are meant to be interactive and we don't want to have 30 questions at the end and we can only get through, 2 or 3 before the session ends. So Prof, go ahead. We're just about to hit the halfway mark.
Okay, thank you very much. If we can proceed to the next slide, please. Now, I'm not sure if you can expand my slides and remove the the names of people in the chart on the page so that I can explain all of them quite clearly. Because some of the slides are cut off.
I don't know what you're seeing, Prof. On my side, I'm seeing the whole slide. What are you seeing on your side?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not able to see all of them, but colleagues, I wanted to share with you some key reference points for you to be in a position to interpret quite clearly the theory that I'm sharing with you. I'm getting there. Great. Now I have circulated to the HRC some of the reference points that are very, very important for understanding the theoretical as well as conceptual frameworks. For instance, one is the most well-cited references by Jabarin on building a conceptual framework, philosophy, definitions, and procedure in the International Journal of Qualitative Methods, where Jabarin argues that a conceptual framework is a network or a plane of interlinked concepts that together provide a comprehensive understanding of a phenomenon. If you look at the left-hand side, there is a conceptual framework for Jabarin becomes a web or a network or a plane where concepts are interlinked. So unlike a theoretical framework, which is derived from one or more established theories, a conceptual framework is constructed by the researcher through the integration of concepts identified in the literature. So the literature becomes a key source for a theoretical framework, for a conceptual framework according to Jabarin. So the key characteristics of a theoretical framework, conceptual framework for Jabarin is that it is not simply a collection of concepts, but an integrated structure. You would see from the slide the web that I mentioned earlier on. It also provides, as another characteristic, an interpretive understanding rather than a casual explanation. It's not mere explanation, but rather an interpretive understanding. So the conceptual framework, according to Jabarin, is an interpretive understanding of phenomena. And it is developed through qualitative analysis and theorization. Very, very critical is the fact that a conceptual framework normally is important in qualitative analysis and theorization. Also, the fact that the researcher is in a position to create their own concepts in relation to the phenomenon that they are studying. It is flexible, therefore, and can be modified as understanding of the phenomenon develops. And usually the conceptual framework, according to Jabarin, is especially useful for multiple multidisciplinary and complex research problems. So it is important to observe that a well-developed conceptual framework helps to clarify the focus of the study, to guide the research process, and ensure coherence and rigor through the thesis. So this is the idea of Jabarin. The final details is in the readings that I have shared, and which can be circulated in the readings that I have shared with the HSRC. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Prof. I think there's an urge in the chat for more practical examples or applied examples. So I'll read just 2 questions for you that I think are quite good. The first is, since disciplines differ in how they understand or apply theory, what practical criteria should researchers use to decide whether their study needs a theoretical framework or a conceptual framework or both or none?
If I may get that question once again, sorry for
So
that.
colleagues would like to understand if there are any sort of practical criteria that can help us decide when we're approaching a study, whether our study requires a theoretical framework or a conceptual framework or both. You know, are there a set of questions we can ask ourselves maybe in order to get to that question? Maybe have a think about that one, Prof. And then this one is also about practical application, and I think it's a great question. How do I present my theoretical framework so that it speaks to my study and does not appear as if I'm just explaining the theory? How do I relate the theory's concepts to what I want to investigate, in other words? And I think that's a struggle many colleagues are having in the chat is, you know, instead of just shooting off the theory, how do I actually integrate it and apply it to my study and not just tell you again what the theory is?
Great. Now, remember, I said, what determines whether you require a theoretical framework, whether you apply a theoretical framework or a conceptual framework will depend on the purpose of your study and the nature of your study. So it is specific to your study. Some studies would require the inclusion of conceptual framework as a network of concepts that help to explain the phenomenon under study. So it is specific to your particular study. No one can determine and prescribe a particular criteria as to why a particular or why certain conceptual frameworks should be included. It is up to the researcher. Remember, we said earlier on that the conceptual framework is dependent entirely on this nature of the study that is being carried out. So it becomes very difficult to give prescripts of the kind of or when to apply a particular conceptual framework. It depends on the purpose of the study. Anyone who wants to come in differently from that, or with a different view altogether? But that's my interpretation.
Thanks, Prof. You can proceed.
Thank you. The next slide. Yes, I have shared with you the conceptual framework from Jabarin's idea. I wanted to further explain, to say, for instance, if we were to use, or you've asked me about the practical application of some of these ideas. For For example, if I'm studying the relevance, if I'm studying or using the ideas of Jabarin to explain the conceptual framework, and I'm studying on early career academics as postgraduate supervisors. Jabarin comes up with an 8-stage or 8-phase procedure for developing a conceptual framework, which is the question that one of the colleagues was asking. It starts from mapping out the data source from the literature, identifying the relevant databases, the journals, the books, the reports, the policy documents, and mapping out the literature across the various domains becomes the first stage, according to Jabarin, in developing a conceptual framework. The next one is to read and categorize the literature extensively. After doing that, you identify and name the concepts after reading from the literature. Then you deconstruct and categorize those concepts into their attributes or into their dimensions by grouping and relating concepts into categories. Then the next stage for Jabarin, as you want to develop the conceptual framework, is to integrate those concepts by exploring the relationships among the concepts and identifying overlaps and linkages and interdependencies of those concepts. The next phase for the researcher is to synthesize the concepts into a conceptual framework. You see from the diagram number 6, you see it now becomes a web where you organize and link the concepts into a coherent model by showing how the concepts interact to explain a particular phenomenon. Then the next phase is to validate the conceptual framework by seeking feedback from experts and peers and checking the alignment with literature and study objectives. Right. Now, so if you were in my shoes and studying the early career academics as postgraduate supervisor, you would maybe look at issues like concepts like mentoring and coaching, institutional support, supervisory self-efficiency, their research competence, their professional identity, their communities of practice. And these concepts interact dynamically to influence how early career academics develop as effective postgraduate supervisors. You will have created a framework that will shape your study. Now, how does this relate with a theoretical framework? The theoretical framework will draw on established theories like Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory to explain the why part of it, while on the other hand, the conceptual framework will serve the purpose of organizing and linking the concepts emerging from the literature to explain the how. So the conceptual framework emphasizes on the how the study will investigate the phenomenon, while the theoretical framework will explain the why of the phenomenon. Next slide, please. Yet another source we can also be guided to understand a theoretical framework. I've explained the conceptual framework from Jabarin's observation. We can also get it from Grant and Hassan Lowe. They recommend that researchers should choose a theory that aligns with the research problem. A theory should address the key issues or the gap that exists. On the other hand, the right theory is the blueprint, according to Grant and Hassan Lowe, the blueprint which provides direction, structure, and coherence to the entire research process. I have shown that component as shown there. I've overemphasized that part. So if I can leave this slide and move on to the next slide. Now, yes, I think we have theorized quite a lot about the relationship between theory and framework and theoretical as well as conceptual frameworks. Now, I want us to move a step further and consider the implications of using AI for developing theoretical and conceptual frameworks in postgraduate studies. Colleagues, you'll understand that artificial intelligence has transformed how researchers identify theories and synthesize literature and construct conceptual frameworks. This is quite common. While it offers significant benefits, it also raises important methodological, ethical, and academic concerns. This is very, very important for the purpose of our discussion. For today, I would like to draw on the positive implications as well as the negative ones. In terms of the positive implications of using AI in developing theoretical and conceptual frameworks and postgraduate studies, positive implications are that, one, it is faster literature synthesis. AI will rapidly summarize large volumes of literature, helping researchers to identify key theories, recurring concepts, relationships among concepts, gaps in the literature, and emerging research trends. It is also important to observe that AI will also help in identifying relevant theory. And here, emphasis is on relevant theory. If you ask AI, it will direct you at relevant theories too, as long as you prompt it correctly to where you are focused or the phenomenon that you want to study. So AI can recommend theories that align with the research topic directly, very clearly. And it will also support conceptual development. Important is that researchers save a lot of time during the initial stages of developing a theoretical or conceptual framework by using AI. And also important is that researchers are exposed to a broad range of theoretical perspectives. AI will give you a wide range of theoretical perspectives. Positive implication. It can also function as a way of as a brainstorming partner during conceptualization of your theoretical as well as conceptual frameworks. So AI should support very, very important colleagues and not replace the researcher and the researcher's intellectual work. Critical thinking, academic judgment, and theoretical alignment and ethical responsibility remain the core of rigorous postgraduate research. We can't do away with AI. It is the in thing, but it should not take away our critical thinking, our academic judgment, and theoretical alignment in postgraduate studies. Next slide, please. Yes, AI, from the positive perspective, will enhance academic writing. You would know, if we just maybe the use of Copilot, the use of ChatGPT, yes, it improves and enhances academic writing. Researchers can communicate theoretical and arguments more clearly using AI, very important in this age. And it supports early career academics to contribute to research capacity development. But it has some negative implications as well. It has value. Yes, we've mentioned the value of the use of AI. Superficial understanding is one of them. AI may generate convincing explanations without ensuring that the researcher truly understands the theory. I have observed quite a lot in my short experience as an external examiner and as the supervisor of postgraduate students. You ask a student or the postgraduate student, they know very little of the stuff that they claim to be theirs. They simply they have a superficial understanding, having made full use of AI with little knowledge. So the brain is at zero. The AI also is a source of lack of originality. If researchers simply copy AI-generated frameworks, it contributes little to new knowledge. We contribute very little knowledge by copying from AI. Negative implication. There's no original ideas. We cease to generate new knowledge. Yes, there is what can be referred to as hallucinated references through the use of AI. AI may occasionally invent citations, misattribute theories, and fabricate publications. If you are not careful, the use of AI in instances has led we normally, as we mark some of the work of our postgraduate students, there's no alignment between the references and what is contained in the document, because AI is given wrong information altogether. It can also contribute to weak critical analysis. Often AI summarizes rather than critique literature. There's no critical evaluation. It's all about summary, AI summary. So the implications are that, one, there is lack of conceptual depth among our students because of extensive use of AI. And doctoral research requires independent conceptual thinking, but very little thinking is now common. And the implications that every reference and citation must be verified using reliable academic databases. In my view, AI is a powerful tool, but should support and not replace the researcher's intellectual work. Rigorous, ethical, and original scholarship remains the foundation of credible postgraduate research. Next slide, please. We also have a challenge. There are also ethical concerns of using AI, where there is potential, particularly of the worst enemy of our academic era, plagiarism, undisclosed AI assistance, over-reliance on AI, and questions about authorship and intellectual ownership. All these are ethical concerns that affect the lives of our postgraduate students. And many universities now require researchers to disclose significant AI use in accordance with institutional policies. This is very, very important. Now, what are the implications for theoretical frameworks? AI can help researchers to locate theories, very important, to compare theories, to explain theories, and also to identify key constructs. In terms of conceptual frameworks, AI will help in identifying concepts, in suggesting relationships, and producing draft diagrams. However, a conceptual framework should reflect the researcher's interpretation of the literature. We must see in you as a researcher your interpretation of the literature rather than simply getting it from AI. We also need to see the research context and the research questions and your capacity to have methodological choices. AI is a valuable research assistant, not the researcher. Its role is to enhance efficiency and support scholarship, but intellectual leadership, critical judgment, and theoretical reasoning must always remain with the researcher. This is a key takeaway for most of our emerging scholars and students. Next slide, please. Now, sorry for this. I want to draw focus on the supervisors. What are the implications of AI on our supervisors? Supervisors play a critical role in guiding ethical, critical, and thoughtful use of AI in developing theoretical and conceptual frameworks. They should promote responsible use of AI and encourage students to use AI to support as a supporting tool, not a substitute for critical thinking. They should also set clear expectations. Normally, we expect the universities to establish guidelines on acceptable AI use, including transparency, disclosure, and academic honesty. Supervisors should also mentor critical evaluation, where they help students to critically evaluate AI-generated content, theories, and frameworks, and strengthen theoretical and conceptual rigor, and develop research independence among emerging scholars and students. It is important as well for supervisors and institutions to teach AI literacy by helping students understand the strengths and weaknesses of and limitations and potential biases of AI, and verify the facts and fact checks through the emphasis of the importance of generated references, and foster an awareness of the ethics of doing research. So supervisors are quite key to ensure that AI enhances learning and research quality without compromising academic integrity and scholarly excellence. Next slide, please.
So, Prof, we've got about 6 minutes left.
Yes, I will. Now, in summary, understanding the difference between the relationship between theory and theoretical framework and conceptual framework is essential for building a coherent and rigorous postgraduate study, where theory as a set of interrelated concepts, definitions, and propositions that systematically explains and predicts relationships among variables is very important. Theory will answer the question why. A theoretical framework is built by selecting and applying established theory or theories that best explain the phenomenon under study, and it anchors the study. And I have said, or we have said, a framework becomes a structured system of ideas or concepts and principles, which serves as a blueprint or scaffold that gives direction to research. Thus, there is a thread of the relationship between theory, theoretical framework, and the research study. So the key takeaway for me and for the supervisors is that theory will provide explanation and theoretical framework will provide the foundation. And our students should be guided, or as supervisors of postgraduate studies, our students should be provided with proper guidance as to how to effectively make use of ethical practices or the employment of ethical practices of the use of AI. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation. I invite questions. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Prof. We only do have time for, I would say, one burning question. Colleagues, if one person can unmute, I don't think I'll take any of the AI questions. There is a session dedicated specifically to that, which I think will answer many of the questions colleagues have. The slides, I think, will be made available, colleagues, on the Academy repository that you have access to. Yeah, I know the slide was cut. I'm sure it will look normal when you look at it outside of this space. Given that AI-generated work may appear academically convincing and AI tools aren't always reliable, what practical, I suppose, yeah, this isn't the question to answer in this question, Dr. Makozazana. I think that requires a bit of a longer discussion. Colleagues, I'm not seeing any shorter kind of questions. I think you've all been really good at helping each other resolve some uncertainties in the chat and sharing resources and references, which has been great. So yeah, last words from you, Prof, and then I think we can head on to the next session. Colleagues, the slides will be available in the Academy repository. Prof, any last words?
My last words, colleagues, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the participants. I'm sorry, I'm coming from theory. I understand the plight of those who would wanted a more practical oriented kind of presentation. I'm coming from theory, and this is my daily bread. I would like to make a declaration to say and acknowledge my use of AI to generate the structure of the slides. But the contents of the slides are original to me. Thank you.
Indeed, AI can be a great support. Prof, it really does look like this is a session that needs to be an all-day session where people can bring their own practical, field-specific questions and quandaries, because there was a sense from the chat that people really want your opinion and to apply kind of your expertise to the personal issues that they're having on this one. So organizers of the Academy, in future, maybe this can be a longer session, because I do think a lot of the people in the chat are leaving with their questions unanswered. But hopefully there'll be another time to engage on this, or you may have some of your questions answered in other sessions. Thanks,
Great.
Prof, for that wonderful presentation. I do think it provides great reminders for many of us wrestling with these issues, and that's why people are so excited to get their hands on some of the slides to just help them marshal their thoughts through the questions they're facing now. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the Academy, and thanks for your engagement in this session.
Thank you.
Jackie, if you could please pop the evaluation in the chat, that would be much appreciated. I did at the beginning of the meeting, the very beginning of the meeting, but I don't see it anymore, the link. So if you could reshare that, I'd appreciate that. And then just remind people, Jackie, if they're staying on this link, they are today because it's one session, right?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, colleagues. Enjoy.
Recording stopped.
Good morning, colleagues. It is 11:15.
Recording in progress.
We can start with our session. Can someone just confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are starting with the second module of our training. We've just had the module 1 on theoretical and conceptual frameworks, which was quite interesting. I hope we'll also have a good one in module 2, which is about defining the research problem. The session will be presented by Shirin Motala, Lindiwe, and Lesego Munyai, Lindiwe Malumbaso. I will shortly be reading their bios and then allowing them to lead us with the presentation. Shirin Motala is a director, research impact in the Equitable Education and Economics Division of the Human Sciences Research Council. She specializes in active labor market programs supporting school-to-work transitions, skills development, transformative social protection, and sustainable livelihoods. She's led in numerous national studies, serving as lead author of the South Africa MDG Closeout Report and contributing to the design of Phase 4 of the Expanded Public Works Program. On behalf of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, she co-designed a national graduate internship program, which is now in its 5th year. She's got several publications, authored 15 books, book chapters, 9 books, 6 journal articles, and 3 policy briefs, and is also a co-editor for Social Security Review, which is currently in volume 3. Then the second colleague, Lesego Munyai is a DSTI research intern in the Equitable Education and Economics Division, and her research focuses on youth employment, labor market transitions, education, public policy governance, and social justice, with an emerging interest in the application of artificial intelligence and advanced equitable development and youth empowerment. She's passionate about translating research into evidence that informs public policy and promotes inclusive socioeconomic development. Then the last colleague, Lindiwe Malumbaso, she's a PhD research trainee in the Equitable Education and Economics Division. She's currently in her second year of her PhD, and her research interests lie in food security, socioeconomic development, trade policy, and youth transition into labor markets. She's passionate about generating knowledge that informs policy, strengthens livelihoods, and contributes to achieving sustainable development in South Africa and across the African continent. So from the bios, colleagues, I'm sure you can tell that we are in safe hands. So thank you so much for that. And now I'll hand over to Shirin, who will take us through the session. And before the colleagues come, I just want to remind you, colleagues, that we would like this session to be as interactive as possible. So if you have comments, just write them in the chats, and at the end of the session, we would really appreciate it if you can do an evaluation of this session. The link is in the chats, so please do make use of that link to do an evaluation of this session and enjoy. Thank you so much. Over to you, Shirin.
Thank you very much, and wonderful to have so many. Zaki, can you stop sharing so I can upload? Right. Okay, so I'm going to just check if you are able to Temikos, are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, Shirin, I can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So this is a very all three of us are very passionate about this question of what is the research problem, and it comes from years of reading research concept notes from young, masters and bachelor students, etc. And like, oh, is that a research problem? Is that a topic? Is that a question? Whatever. What is it? What are we looking at, etc. And it comes from there. It comes from two of our researchers, one who has just finished her master's a year ago, and the other who has been a researcher at HSRC with her master's and onto a PhD, and both of them are drawing on their experience. And I'm hoping that in the discussions, they might be able to share some of those experiences that they've had. And we thought it was important that as a team, we bring together the experience from the ground up, as well as the experience from people from my side, looking forward. Okay, so our lesson plan looks very full for the short time, and Temikos, you're going to keep us on time. So put your video on if we're starting to lose time, etc. Just keep us on time. We've tried to plan our session, but basically we're going to deal with about 10 different key issues in our session in the very short time, and we're going to try and do it in a very interactive approach, etc. So I'm not going to read this for you, but what are we trying to do is just get an understanding from you of why you do research, okay? And I don't want to hear you saying it's I need to get my master's, I need to get my PhD. That's what you're doing for academic purposes. But why are you doing that piece of research? For what benefit? For who? Or is it just to sit on the shelf in the library and never be seen again and collect some dust? So we want to understand your perspective, right? We also want to make sure that we all understand why research problems articulation is critical, absolutely critical. Good research problems help with designing good research studies. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. And to distinguish between these different things, a topic, a problem, and a research question. As I said, we get this all the time. But we want to leave you, and we want you to leave this session with being able to try and formulate your research problem that you're interested in. And how you're going to do that, from shifting from perhaps it was just a topic to a problem, and how you then generate the question. And we know that there are many, many questions, but there's an overarching question in research. And again, we've already heard from some of that this morning. But we're also going to do a little bit of work with our team around helping you to understand, how do you test your questions? How do you know that they're good, etc.? And so we'll be sharing with you frameworks that we use. They're not the only frameworks, but we'll speak into them. And then we're going to speak about the Global South. So now I'm going to the next module, which is one of our team is going to lead it. So you can, who wants to speak to this? Is it Lindy or I think it's Lindy? Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon, for that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindiwe, as Dr. Twala has already said. And as Sharon has already alluded to it, we want the session to be interactive. So we want to have a lot of polls, quizzes, and Slidos as well. So the first one, please click on the link, or you can use your phone and just scan the QR code and just answer the question, what is research? You can click on the link, or you can scan the QR code, and I will be looking at the answers. Okay, I got 3 answers. 20 people are typing. Okay, that's good. It's an inquiry, closing a gap, investigation. Okay, problem solving. Knowledge development. Invitation to answer a question. That's a good one.
Do you want to share your results with us so we can have a look, Lindy?
Yes, I will share the results.
Okay, great.
Sharon. Let me see if I
Sorry,
can.
Lindy.
Yes. You can go ahead, Dr. Twala. What were you saying?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Lindy.
Oh, okay. Let me share the results.
Did I stop sharing?
Yes, please, Sharon, so I can share the results. Okay. Is it showing my screen? Can you see, Sharon? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. So if you can just make it larger, on the screen at the top. And yeah.
Okay, just doing blank. Okay. So this other curiosity, someone is saying it is a process, it's a topic, solutions, scientific theories, methods, inquiry, reliable problems, understanding, collecting, search. Okay. Data, existing, scientific. Okay, investigation. Okay. So I think we got pretty good variety of answers of what research is. So I am just going to move to, I see 8 people are still typing, to just defining what research is. Okay. So you can share the slides again.
Do that again.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Great. Thank you, colleagues, for participating in that exercise and giving us your views and ideas of what research is. So we got a definition from quite a few authors and from a dictionary as well of what research is. Of course, there are many other authors who had alluded to what research is, but these are the ones that we are sharing with you. So the first one from the Cambridge Dictionary, research as a noun, it's a systematic investigation to establish facts, also search for knowledge, and as a verb, is to study a subject in detail, especially to discover new information or reach a new understanding. So, HEAD 2022, they define research as creation of new knowledge and the use of existing knowledge. So, it's the creation of new knowledge and using of the new knowledge in a new and creative way to generate new concepts, methodologies, and understanding as well. In 1993, Stephan and Slingers, they said research is an organized and systematic way of finding answers to a question. So you are following a defined set of procedures and steps. So you always done in order to reach accurate results. So they're saying research is done in order to reach accurate results. And then Clegg and Hockey in 1998, they said that research is an attempt to increase the sum of what is already known in a body of knowledge. So it is through discovering new facts or relationships by systemic inquiry, the research process. So that is what research is, colleagues, according to these authors. We will move to the next slide. Sharon, can you please help me move to the, it's a Slido as well. No, not that one. So now I am asking you, what motivates you to do research? You can go on the poll as well. There is no right or wrong answer, colleagues, please remember. Or you can scan the QR code. I am going to share my screen again just so you could see what I am seeing on the other side. Okay. To identify or solve a particular problem, accuracy, knowledge dissemination, curiosity, challenges, daily challenges, human phase, to finding answers to the questions I have. Curiosity is repeating itself again. Hunger for knowledge, that's a good one. To contribute towards solving societal problems. Okay. To understand systematic factors. Knowledge dissemination. Interested, sustainability. To finding answers to the questions that I have. To identify or solve a particular problem. Okay. Inform new. Understand, to bring practical solutions. Overlooked. Okay. Surround, visibility. Positive, expanding. Research, opportunity, existing. Okay, colleagues, contribute, challenge. Curiosity again. Able. Interventions, expanding, overlooked. Okay. Okay. Okay, colleagues. To bring practical solutions. Okay, 3 more are still typing. Okay. Okay, colleagues. So the answers to what motivates you to do research is, I'm picking up a lot of people are saying it's for knowledge, curiosity, and to identify or solve a particular problem. I will stop sharing again and go back to the slides on that. And we'll delve more on that thing of what motivates you to do, or why should one be conducting research aside your master's and your PhD studies. So what motivates you to do research? It will be something that we'll dwell deeper on later on the slides. Moving on to the next slide. Okay, I will give it to my colleague Lisa to take over from here.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for the introduction, Dr. Twala. I will be taking you through what problems are you interested in researching. I can see the conversation is already going and people are already responding. So with this exercise, I just want to find out, well, what is the problem that you're interested in researching? You've alluded to why you're doing research, what is research. So let's take it back to what problems are you actually interested in researching? I'll just quickly share my screen. You can access the QR code or the link, and then we'll check the responses as they come. All right, so I see navigating informal economies, environmental issue, human behavior, their responses on health, air pollution. One is saying mental related, healthcare, IKS, human. One is saying computer. So there are a lot of responses coming in, and there's finances, mechanisms. One is interested in researching failures. Failures regarding what? Those are the ideas that you should be thinking about at the moment. And inclusive education, there are more responses that are coming in, professionals, partnerships, inclusive education. Yeah. And thank you. I think from the responses, there are more responses coming in. Housing. Okay, I see functional, I see sector. Right. And thank you, Sharon. You can go back to the presentation.
You.
So these responses that have been provided, I would say they're very broad. One was around sector, another person said finances, but however, a research problem goes further than just identifying the broad topic that you would like to research on. It asks what is it within this topic that is not functioning? What is it that is not understood? So it's not a one-way road where you just identify the broad research topic and you've got it covered. It requires extensive literature that you have to go through, which you will see as we go through the presentation. But from these discussions that we will be having, and also what you've already put in about what you're interested in researching, I would just encourage you just to keep that area of interest in mind, and by the end of the workshop then it will be clear on exactly which areas you would like to focus on. But yeah, thank you, Sharon. I'll leave it to Lindy to tackle this slide. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we are still on slide. This is the last one, and then we get into the actual slides of explaining the concept that we've been trying to get you to know or understand using the sliders. Okay, now we are going to do a distinction between a research topic, a research question, and a research problem. So in the Slido, we have statements, and then those statements, you need to match them to what you think is a research topic, to what you think is a research problem, and to what you think is a research question. So the statements are just straightforward, and you have to decide which one is a research topic, a research problem, and a research question as well. Just copy the link, colleagues, and go to Slido or just do the QR code. Okay.
Lindy,
Let's
also, can you, Lisefo, post the link on the chat as well? People are asking for this.
Let me see if I can do that. Okay. Copy link. And I'm gonna paste it. Okay, the link is on the, it's on the chat. I see colleagues are saying that it's not active. Let me check from my side.
Yeah, Lindy, I'm not getting, I'm also testing it out here. It's still asking the first question about research questions. So should we come back to this later while you fix that?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Okay.
We can
Thank
go
you.
to. It will be more engaging even when we come back to it after we explained the. Yeah. Sorry about that, colleagues. Okay, moving on to the slides. Okay, so here it is the. This is Edlin 2021, one of the authors, and here he's just explaining the method of problem versus the method of topics. So it's a difference between a topic and a problem as well. As you can see in the bubble, I don't know what my topic should be. A colleague says, I'm really interested in youth unemployment. My lecture says my focus area is vague or too broad. I want to do research on poverty. Okay, but what is a research problem? What are you curious about, and what puzzling question needs to be explored? So these are the things that we'll be exploring on the next slide as well. So I'm going to skip the slide as well and go to a research topic. Shireen, can we move the slides?
Is this the slide that you want?
Yes, yes. So colleagues will start by just defining a research topic according to Edlin. So Edlin says that a research topic is a field of interest or a broad subject area. It is also a general area that a researcher wants to study. It's a starting point for research, but on its own, it's not really sufficient because it doesn't specify what needs to be investigated or explained. So it is just a broad subject, or it's a field of interest, but it still doesn't explain what needs to be investigated or what needs to be explained. And also, the author argues that topics, they often lead students to produce descriptive reports rather than analytic research. So the author calls it a method of topics. This is where a student gathers information about a subject without identifying a specific problem or question. So here, the research problem or the research question, it hasn't been identified yet. So you were just identifying your topic, which is a broad subject area, right? Moving on to the next slide. Okay. I will give my colleague Lesego to just take us through the slide of what is a research problem after understanding what is a research topic.
Thank you, Lindy. So in understanding a research problem, EGLIN identifies it as a specific issue or knowledge gap that requires an explanation. It should be organized around the problems rather than the topic that you have identified. So with a research problem, the starting point of research is it precedes it and justifies the research question. So with a research problem, you are encouraged to think analytically on the why, how, or what explains a phenomenon rather than just merely describing it. So rather than providing a broad description of the topic you have, but specify it after identifying your gap on the why, the how, or what. So he also says that a good research will begin with a problem to be solved rather than a topic to be discussed. That's why with the slide I was identifying that although some discussions that have been brought forth or the responses do specify a certain topic, but they're very broad. Yeah, so you can move on to the next slide.
Before we do that, can I just elaborate very briefly?
Yes.
So just take the point that we spoke about earlier when Lindy spoke about a topic, and we talk about, say, food security in South Africa or hunger in South Africa. So you could say, I want to study food security. And the literature will tell you that South Africa as a country is food secure. It produces lots and lots of food. It produces it and it even exports the food. But we still have a problem, right? What is that problem? The problem is infant kwashiorkor or hunger, or we have rural families and food insecurity, number of nights that they didn't have supper, or that they didn't have nutritious food, etc. So the research problem can't just be hunger or food security. It has to be a specific issue. Why are children under 2 most likely to be, living in rural areas, experiencing kwashiorkor or malnutrition, etc.? What's the factors that are contributing to that? That's what a research problem starts to frame, and that's what we're trying to get you to shift. Use this topic, but move beyond the topic into defining the specificity of the problem that you want to do. You can't bite the whole elephant, but you can take a chunk of the elephant. Thank you. As I move on to the next slide.
Thank you, Shireen. Just before you move on, maybe let me just share my personal experience in terms of how I went about it with my master's. So I had a broad topic or an idea of what I wanted to research on, which was educational transformation. But the how and the why was a bit vague. And it was only after that I've consulted with lots and lots of literature that I was able to identify the problem in terms of educational transformation in South Africa. And the problem was that actually there are policies that are set in place, but how are these policies implemented in these schools, specifically in the rural areas that I've identified? So it's a process that requires a lot of background research. It's a process that requires a lot of literature. So you're able to identify the gap within the discussion in your set research line. Thank you. So I will take you through the process of finding your research problem. So it starts off with challenging common sense. You have an idea based on what you've read, based on what you see or what you're interested in researching. You have this broad idea, and when engaging with the idea that you have, you challenge it. Where does it come from? Where does it stem from? And then you build on previous research. So in identifying the broad common sense that educational transformation is a problem in South Africa, in building on the previous researches that have been conducted in those lines, I get the sense, or I'm able to generate a research problem from there by identifying these gaps that exist. And lastly, test a theory. There's a theory that exists in the space that you're researching. And in testing the theory, it takes you through the process of being able to identify the actual research problem that you would want to tackle. Please move to the next slide, Shireen. Thank you. So as I've already alluded, in generating ideas from common sense, you already have a sense of what exists in discussions. So let's say, for instance, you question an old saying that all young men are abusers in South Africa. And you then ask questions of, when is it not true? Why is it true? You attacked the common problem that already exists within discussions in your line of research, and ask questions about the phenomena. Why are fewer women compared to men studying maths at school? Who has brought these discussions up, and when were these discussions brought up? How and why? So you start asking these questions, so you're able to generate a discussion from there and be able to identify the gaps that lie and exist within these discussions. Yes, as I've already touched on how you are able to generate ideas from previous studies. You look at the literature that exists within your set topic, and you interrogate that literature critically to be like, then how are these studies how have they discussed or tackled this set topic? And then that's when you're able to identify a research gap. And this takes a lot of work in terms of engaging with multiple literature and multiple studies on the area that you'd like to research, and looking for practical application of the research and just trying to reconcile from these studies that you've identified, what are the conflicting findings? And then that's when you're able to identify your research gap from there. And lastly, in the process, just being able to test the theory. Let's say, just for instance, the theory that an able a day keeps the doctor away. How you in the process of identifying your research problem, how are you checking your hypothesis? Can this theory be disapproved? Can it be supported by any literature, by any studies? What is the rationale of an able a day keeps the doctor away? What is the relevance, especially within your context or your communities? Can you test the theory that exists? And how should you test it? So these are the sort of questions or thought processes that you undertake when you are identifying a research problem. Thank you, Shireen.
So I'm going to give you a very concrete example, which is very prevalent in South Africa, and we hear it in the work that we're doing on social protection. And we hear this, that giving a child support grant to a young woman encourages her to have more babies. Okay, have many of you heard this? Yeah, if you've heard this, so that's the so we want to check that, and the evidence is absolutely clear. Child support grants started in 1997, right? From 1997 to now, the birth rate of children, the birth rate has actually dropped in South Africa, where you might have had women having 3 or 4 children, now they're only having 2 children. So the overall birth rate has fallen, right? But you might see that more and more younger women or girls are getting pregnant, and it's not necessarily because of the child support grant. In fact, the evidence is clear that fewer younger women, fewer younger children who are getting grants, who are becoming mothers, are actually getting the grants because they're too young. So social development won't give them the grant. They'll give the grandmother the grant, or the mother, or they don't have an ID, so they can't apply, etc., etc. And so the research that has been done has extensively challenged that hypothesis that some people hold. And I mean, this is even in government, even in certain departments where you expect, like social workers or whatever, who would be sympathetic to people getting grants. So young people no, they're going to waste it. They're going to use it on airtime. They're going to use it. And the studies we have done are showing the value of money. Even the EPWP workers, those workers with all those overalls, etc., earning, 200 rands a day, etc., and getting maybe 10 days or less work for the month, etc. And the evidence is showing that they're using it largely for consumption, for food. Yes, airtime, yes, there might be other needs, but they're not, there might be the 2%, the 5%, what we call wastage, where people use the money incorrectly. But by and large, the research evidence is that. And I think that's what we talk about when we say testing. Thank you, Lesego.
There are some questions.
Oh, sure.
Let's. There are some questions on the chats, colleagues. So I don't know if I should read them now or you'll tackle them later.
No, let's go for it.
Oh, okay. The first one says, should all the questions why, how, and what be answered in the research problem framework, or just one question? Another one from Spamandla Nongoba. What happens when your topic is researchable beyond reasonable doubts, but your envisaged participants are not willing to participate in your primary data collection? For example, you are interviewing senior public officials in a municipal environment that has to do with mismanagement of funds, how to approach and structure your research questions. So this is from Spamandla. The first one was from Elizabeth Thomas. Then the next one.
And then we'll answer. Thembi Kos.
Sorry, I didn't get that you were saying.
I said maybe we can take 3 questions and answer those and then move on to the next lot.
Yes, this is the last one I'm reading from Clement. It says, kindly elaborate on building previous research. Some scholars are of the view that researchers do not overly cite previous studies in the statement of the problem itself. Some say use just a few, 2 or 3, and yet some argue that this is a place where the full voice of the researcher must be heard. Thanks. Those are just the 3 questions for now.
Let me just check with our team. Would any of you, Lindy, and would you like to respond to some of those questions? Lindy, go ahead.
Just to take the last question, Shireen, Clement, on the problem of statement, whether it should be your voice as a researcher or should you load it up with literature review. So the statement of problem, remember, it's not a guess. You haven't guessed the work, but you are building it from the literature that you've got. So for example, as Shireen was talking about, food security, right? So in the statement of problem, that is where you are citing, or you have went through a lot of literature on what food security is and food security in our country as well. So you've went through a whole lot of literature, and your voice is centered in a sense that you are saying, this is what is happening in SA. And this is what I am investigating currently. So for example, I make an example with my one, the one that I did. So it was a balance. I had literature there, but I also had my voice in a sense that I stated what previous authors said about food security and the current situation in the country. What is happening? Where are we for security? What the farmers in the rural areas, in the urban areas as well, what's the state of food security in a country? And personally, why am I doing this research, since it has been done? We've heard about food security. So in the problem of statement, what you do is that you are citing what is already existing and telling us what is it that you are coming with, or what is it that you are bringing that is new to the body of knowledge. So basically your voice has to be there, but it can't be, what do you call this, a guess of a voice, but it has to be a voice that is backed up by literature. That's why literature review is very important when it comes to the statement of problem, because that is where you are telling us what the problem is. What is it that the previous authors have missed? Is it the methodology? Is it the research that we have, it's 10 years outdated? Is it that the research that we have, it's in the town that you want to do research? Is it that research hasn't been done there? So that is where your voice comes in to say, okay, we've heard about food security, but in Thaba Nchu, there isn't much research when it comes to this topic. So that's where your voice comes in. So that's what I wanted to say, that back it up with literature, but have your voice in it as well. But remember that what stands out is that you are bringing something new to the table. It can either be the methodology that you're going to use, or it can either be how you're going to tackle the question as well. So literature is very important there. And also your voice cannot be a voice that is not echoed around the literature review. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say there, Shireen. I can pass it over to you, Anisaka.
Thank you, Lindy. I will be answering the question of the why and how of the research, and whether a research problem should contain that. So you should remember when we were discussing at the beginning that a research problem goes further beyond the topic or your question. It asks exactly within that topic that you've identified what is not working, what is not understood properly, what needs further investigation. So it identifies the gap that exists within the topic that you've identified, and goes further to ask, what is it that is not understood within this topic? Thank you. I think Shireen can then tackle the last question.
Okay, thank you. So Sibamandla, you ask a really, really important question. There are lots of questions and lots of research problems that we have difficulty in exploring for a number of reasons. Even right now in Eastern Cape, there's a huge issue of young men, because of traditional rights, are dying. But asking those questions to those young men is really difficult. There are emotional issues. There's issues around what the loss of their masculinity is, etc., etc., etc. Okay, you're raising an issue about corruption and where there's mismanagement, etc. I think that there are two important considerations. I'm going to give you one example. The first one is, what is the purpose of your research? In what way? Because if you are there as a forensic auditor, you're coming to check, did you do this? What is the evidence of your mismanagement, etc.? If you're dealing it in that way, the approach is, you're not there as an independent person. You have not made up, you are going in there, you've got already a theory that there is mismanagement here, and I'm coming to expose it, etc. As opposed to somebody who's coming to say, I'm trying to understand the reasons for the lack of delivery of water in this community, etc. Not mismanagement as your focus, but out of that research, you might find, well, there are problems about lack of money, etc. Now, I'm going to give you an example of how this happened with the research that we did, and how it required so much more thinking. we were contracted by the National Development Agency. The NDA goes around the country and it funds development initiatives. So it's funded things like bakeries across the country for people to earn money, and little farms and hydroponic farming and car repair work and all sorts of food gardening, etc., etc., etc. Right? So we're in one area, and we don't know this because now we've just gone to the project, we got some information, we get to the site, we've made arrangements, etc. And we were supposed to sit the small little container office that they have, and that's where they do their bakery and all that kind of stuff. And there's not much space there, so we were sitting outdoors and sitting, on chairs and on the grass, etc. And it started raining, and one of the people who was present was a community policing forum member, right? Who's also a committee member here. And this person said, the police station is next door, and it's like literally not far. And they have a meeting room where we meet. Let me quickly run there and ask them. And he came back in 2 minutes and said, no, it's not a problem. Or let's move over there. We moved there, but 3/4 of the people who were sitting with us in the grass didn't come. And we then started hearing from them that they didn't understand why we were shifting, etc. But what they perceived was that we had come to do an investigation of them, that we already had a kind of hypothesis, and that's why we went to the police station and we were interrogating them in the police station. Now, look at that kind of misunderstanding simply because of a shift in placement. Was not our intention. We were going to, the NDA wants to know how successful is the program going? Are people earning a livelihood? Are they, what kind of livelihoods are they earning? How is the community benefiting from having this service in their community? Bread closer by, cheaper bread, blah, 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 whatever. But can you see how they're misconstruing? So it's critical that every piece of research that you want to do, you unpack who are the stakeholders, what are the consequences and implications for those stakeholders of you coming and doing this research. How do you do it in a way that will not harm? Because you have to manage the risks and the harm that you do to people. And that's a really, and the other example is one where a poorly trained researcher, and I'm being very honest about it because it was somebody in our team, right, who went and disclosed, after talking to somebody who was HIV positive, they disclosed the HIV status to other people in the clinic because he was talking to them about coordinating further research, etc. That's a small village, and everybody in that person got to hear and later complained with the HSRC ethics committee, say the whole community knows my status, and that was unfair because I didn't give you that status. So it's really, really, it's not a straight answer. But it's one that requires very careful thinking. And one of the ways we manage that is the way in which we write our ethics proposals, ethics applications, where they ask you. I don't know what the rules are in other institutions, but I know in HSRC, it's very rigorous about the protection of the rights of privacy, the rights of the individual. So I hope that answers it. Lindy, do you want to add anything further?
No, Sharon, I was just reflecting on it and saying it's exactly how it's, especially with the key informants, you also need to be careful how you structure it. For example, I also sent something to the Department of the mayoral office. I wanted to do key informants interviews with them, but I felt like they're not understanding. Or maybe they thought like I'm coming in to invade their space or interrogate them on the situation of the Johannesburg municipality. So I had to send the ethical clearance. I had to emphasize on the confidentiality. I had to emphasize on the other matters as well. So as you said, it's very important that you emphasize on that, and the ethical clearance should be very rigorous. So yeah, Shane, I think you covered it there.
Who's talking to this?
Time-wise, colleagues, we've got about 20 minutes left.
There is a hand there, Dr. T. Should we take it or should we move forward?
Can I
How?
suggest that they take the question in the chat and that we take another round of questions with the chair? Is that in order, Chair?
No, that would be fine, Sharon.
Great.
I think Zizipo had her hand up, Sharon. You can just unmute
Oh,
and go ahead. I'm not seeing the hand
Okay,
anymore.
I'm suggesting that we get the chats, put the question in the chat, and that we then take another round of questions before we close. So let's move on.
Okay.
all right. All right, no, it's fine. Proceed. So, should I read the questions now or later? After, I don't know how far you are with your slides.
Lucejo and Lindy, can you guide me? How many more slides do we have to go? I can't see.
We are almost there.
Okay, so probably about 5 more slides.
6, 7. Let's just say 6, 7
Yeah.
slides.
Okay, so we still haven't. We don't have too much time. Let's quickly take a round of questions from you now, and then we move on, and we'll do this quite quickly.
All right. There's a question from, okay. Some of them are comments. Okay, there's one from Tanya. Recently, I was confronted with a sobering reflection. How many theorists' work are informing my work? Theorists from the Global South. I had to take a moment and check. Let's just say I'm making important changes to my old ways of doing. Oh, okay. All right, let's continue, colleagues, because many of them are comments. I don't want us to run out of time.
Okay. Okay. So now we are coming to what is a research question. Remember, we had defined what is a research topic, and we've also defined what is a research problem. Now we need to know what is a research question. And we are drawing from, let me do this. We are drawing from Creswell 2018, and they say that they frame the research question as a central mechanism through which a study purpose is narrowed and operationalized. So in qualitative work, researchers, they pose a central question and associated sub-questions, right? And Byron 2007 says that a research question is is an important statement as the linchpin of the research process. So it's a crucial early steps that provide a point of orientation for an investigation, helping to link the researcher literature review to the kind of data that will be collected, and conventionally guiding decisions about research design and research method. So basically, a research question helps you guide your research design and research method. So your methodology and research design, it will be determined by the kind of question that you ask, the what, the how, the when, and the why as well. So here it's an early step before you get into the methodology of how you're going to center it as well. And for the next slide, research questions, I will let Shireen take us through that, and I will jump back later on.
Okay, thank you. So basically it's about, you answer all of these questions. What do you want to study? I want to study food insecurity of children living in X, Y, and Z village under the age of 0 to 5 or 0 to 4, right? So I've already said what I want to study. I've said who I want to focus my study on. Why do you want to study this area? I want to study on food security because infant mortality rates in Lusiki are very high, and I want to see how we can influence that. When I'm going to do this study reflecting on records from the local clinic from the last 3 years to now. So that's the reference period of the study. That's the time, not how long it takes you to conduct the study, but it's about when are you studying? Are you studying the last 5 years? Are you studying the last 2 months or whatever? Where is the study? I said Lusiki, for example. How will I do it? I'm going to do house visits. I'm going to do interviews or focus groups with the mothers or caregivers of the children. I'm going to get records from the local clinic, and I might interview the nurses. So I explain all of that, and I have the questions for all of that. But so now this is what we are, different types of questions. Who's doing this? Is this, just remind me? Dio, is that myself?
Yeah, it's the outcome on the PCOT, the quality
Okay,
gate.
great. Okay, so there are many different types of research questions that we can ask. And what we've done here, so you're taking your research problem, you're framing it as a research question, and the problem, in a sense, could be a single theme: graduate employment or graduate unemployment. We know that since 2011, graduate employment has decreased in South Africa. So where previously, people like myself, you got your degree, you walked into a job like the next day, literally. And before 2011 and before the global economic crisis, etc., most graduates would get a job. There was an assumption: I go to university, I'm going to get a job, etc. Now you've got a situation where, it's not just people who are, at the low levels of qualification, etc., or just have some kind of basic bachelor's. You've got 800 doctors across the country. You've got a few thousand other health professionals who are sitting unemployed, as just an example. So even though you have, you've got engineers who are sitting at home, yet we need more engineers to build those bridges and the roads and to fix things, etc. We need more doctors, more health workers, etc. So we are looking at different types of questions that help us to understand that. So an exploratory question is about what it's learning a little bit more with what challenges do rural graduates face, right? You're sitting in Northern Cape, there aren't any job opportunities. What are the challenges that Northern Cape graduates are facing when searching for their first job? A predictive is to say, we'll compete. Now, you heard earlier, we run an internship program at HSRC. The underlying evidence of research is that work integrated learning, which is what an internship is, right? Work integrated learning enables people to have a better transition into the labor market. Okay, so we are asking the question, will completing a paid internship increase a graduate's chance of permanent employment? And the results are quite interesting, and then they're not brilliant. The results are showing, and they've been showing since 2007 when Michael Rogan did the study, and they're showing in the study that we've just done now, that if you came from one of those advantaged universities like UCT and Stellenbosch and UP, etc., your chances of getting a job with the same qualification as somebody who got same qualification and good grades, etc., but in economics, but they came from Limpopo or Venda University or whatever, their chances of getting a job are lower, those from those previously disadvantaged universities. So there are other factors at play, and I'm not going to go to all of those details now, but just to give an example. Interpretive, like it's understanding the experience of somebody. How do unemployed graduates make sense of repeated job rejection? We were interviewing this young woman, and she said, I sent 90 letters of application. And posting those letters those days, wasn't even emails, etc., or even if it's emails, but putting together and sending out that. And she said, the one that we'd interviewed, yours was the first interview I was invited for. I felt so excited. And she wasn't the best candidate in the room, but it was our conviction that we needed to give people a chance. And this is a woman we should give a chance to. So it's about research that helps you to understand shared experiences and how that will influence how you think about it. Just for information, that young woman has done amazingly well. She's never ever going to be a top researcher, but she's become an excellent field worker, a fieldwork coordinator, etc. You don't all need to be writing journals and articles and all that kind of stuff. It's descriptive. That's the next criteria. Where and how right? What proportion of graduates are employed within 2 years of completing their degree, right? So it's when, how, where. So, I finished my degree 2 years ago. It was in environmental studies, etc. I was expecting, and this was a quote from a young man who said, I was expecting to go and work in Ezemvelo, in the parks, etc. And I was teasing him. I said, what, you want to go and hug rhinos? And he laughed and he said, yeah, I want to work in that. I want to be a guide for people, etc. But I'm sitting here unemployed. Okay, what proportion within 2 years, etc. Comparative. Now, this is really important. If you're trying to evaluate something, you're trying to see what difference does XYZ intervention make? What difference does it make to take people through an internship and other people who have equal qualifications, etc., and not put them through internship, right? So you have a comparison group and you have what we call the treatment group, the group that was exposed to something and the group that wasn't. And then you try to look at their results and you follow them and you see that people who got the internship are more likely to get jobs than the people who didn't. Or on the other hand, you might find that there were two groups of people in two different provinces. They couldn't, the differences were stark, but they were having the exact same problem. The problem was food security. They were implementing the same thing, food gardens. Yet one province had brilliant results in one locality and the other province had very poor results. This is a study we did for the Women's Development Bank here in South Africa. And the reason for why KwaZulu-Natal did very well was not because of that program and the money they spent there, but it was because the premier of the province had then launched a program called Sukume Sake, which gave people free seeds, wheelbarrows, access to water, etc., etc. The Limpopo premier didn't do any of that, and so therefore the program. And so when we had to say to them, unfortunately, your program didn't have an effect, they weren't very happy with the result, obviously. But that's the kind of comparative study. And relational is what is the relationship between the field of study and the time to take a job, right? So you would expect that the higher your qualification, PhD, etc., the quicker you'll get your first job compared to a bachelor's degree, etc. So what's the relationship between a qualification and when you get a job? What's the relationship between the fact that I studied natural sciences compared to somebody who studied arts or IT, which is the big issue at the moment? So this is just a set of questions for you to remember. You are going to get all of these questions. I've taken a bit too much time, so let's just move on. Lindy, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Shireen, for that. Now we are moving to assessing the strength and quality of your research questions. So these two are amongst many methods that are out there, but we decided to use the FINER method and the PICOT method as well. Shireen, you can move to the next slide. Okay, so the FINER method is concerned about the feasibility, interest, novel, ethics, and relevant as well. So the first one is adequate number of, the feasibility is adequate number of participants, adequate technical expertise, affordable in time and money, and manageable in scope. So for example, with qualitative, we know that if you get 30 participants, that's enough. But with quantitative, you're going to need more. But you can't say, okay, I'm going to do 5,000 participants as a student. I know we like being ambitious. I'm going to do 5,000. Is that manageable? Are you going to be able to do that? So that is what the feasibility is concerned with. Affordability in time and money. If you have a year or 5 months to collect the data, are you going to be able to do that? Also, are you going to collect the data in communities that you are going to be able to reach? Or do you want to go to Ghana? Do you want to go to Zimbabwe? Is it feasible? So that's what the first one is concerned about. The second one, interesting. The answer intrigues the investigator, the peers, and the wider community. So this research that you are doing, is it going to benefit or is it going to be interesting to the people that you are doing the research for? So for example, let's say I'm interested in food security. Is it interesting in a sense that am I going to answer the questions that the community or the peers are interested in knowing, right? if I am using the AU agenda and I'm using the SDG goal 2 as well, it is interesting because that is a pressing issue in South Africa. Food security is a pressing issue in South Africa, and we know that it affects a lot in other aspects as well. Novel confirms, refutes, or extend previous findings. So the findings that you are going to get, are they going to confirm the literature? Are they going to refute it, or are they extending the previous findings that are there already? That is the third one. The fourth one, ethical, amendable to a study that ethics institutional review board will approve. So this research that you want to do, is it going to be approved or is it going to be difficult? For example, I made an example of Kenya or Zimbabwe. The research that you're going to do, is it going to need the government of Kenya, the government of Zimbabwe to approve on it? Is it feasible that you are going to get Kenya and Zimbabwe to approve your research? Or will it only be limited to the structures of your country as well? So it's very important when you think about the research question, the ethics as well. Is it going to be approved? Is it going to be harmful to children? Is it going to be harmful to the participant as well? If so, now you need to say, when you apply for ethics, how are you going to safeguard that? For example, if you are doing research on minors, it means that you need to keep in mind that you cannot do research on minors without the approval of their guardians, without the approval of the school as well. For example, we did a study with the Department of Education at schools. So if you go to schools, there are minors, you need the approval of the parents, you need the approval of the teachers. You also need the approval of the teachers as well and the school principal before you can go and speak to the learners themselves. So these are the things that you need to keep in mind. I can give many examples. Also, before the ethics were now being made a thing, at the past there were research that were harmful to human beings. There were research that were harmful to children. So you need to keep that in mind when you do your research question as well. Also, the relevancy to the scientific knowledge, policy, practice, and to the future research as well. Remember, Shireen said that your research cannot only be limited to, I just want to get this PhD, I just want to get this master. What contribution are you making to the society, to the policy and practice as well? I made an example with the SDG goals. I also made an example with
sorry, Lindy. I just want to caution you. There's 5 minutes left, and we've got a few questions that colleagues have asked.
Okay, let me move. Yeah, so the relevancy as well. And then we go to the PCOT method. Population, which specific population or group are you interested in? You need to identify your population group and the specific population as well. Intervention, what is the intervention on or exposure being studied as well? Comparison, what is the main alternative against which the intervention is compared? And outcome as well, what do you intend to accomplish, measure, or approve with your research also? And what is the reference period for the study and follow-up period and appropriate for assessing the outcome as well? We can move to the next slide. Yeah.
Lindy, I think when I just not do the practical.
Yeah. So just to mention the sites that we're going to use, as Shireen said, we will not have time to go through them and do the actual exercise. We are going to use SciSpace and we're going to do ChatGPT as well. So these two sites help you with the literature. In SciSpace, you can get the literature that you want for your research, and also in ChatGPT, you can ask ChatGPT to assist you with the literature that you want to conduct your study. So let's just quickly move on. Okay, Shireen will not be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So Tanya, you asked a question, and I think was very opportunistic. I'm going to be very, very brief. You can read what I'm saying here. But why do we need a deliberate attention to global South framing of research problems? And I think the evidence is clear, right? Most of what is produced about Africa right, about the African continent comes from people who live in Europe, who live in the US, who live in all other parts of the world. They're not living in this continent, whatever. It doesn't mean that their research is invalid. I'm not saying that, but it comes from a particular perspective. So I remember somebody who was doing some research, and they were like their perspective about the fact that polygamous marriage is allowed in South Africa was like, why? How come? Whatever. It was already judgmental because they've got a Western way of thinking about it, etc. So I think I'm just giving an example of that the African authored share of leading journals has been shrinking. I give examples of concrete evidence of how it is shrinking, and that was 2013. I think it's gone down even further, etc. And we want to move beyond people as the subjects, extraction. We get, so you go to somebody, you get information from them, and you disappear, right? You don't even go back to give them feedback, right? But what we're saying is that people themselves are the co-creators of their designs. And I want to talk to this concept of engaged research and this example of Khayelitsha. So City of Cape Town says, no, we're dealing very nicely with Khayelitsha. We've put in toilets, we've put in shower facilities, etc. But the community is complaining that toilets don't flush, the water doesn't, the doors are broken, the toilets are not cleaned regularly, etc. And city says, no, but we've got 12 women whose job it is to clean all the time, etc. So EJNF said they went and met with the community people, and people, there were mothers, there were young, older women, there were youth, etc. And a group came together. They were trained on how to conduct research. They were given these disposable cameras to take pictures of what they were seeing. The whole concept of photo voice, which you probably come across when you're part of the rest of the academy. And they were able to pull together stories. I saw this on this day, etc. And the evidence was documented. They were assisted to document it. That evidence was presented to the City of Cape Town officials. The MEC or MMC, whatever you call those people who have portfolios for environment and health, he was shocked by the evidence. And they were forced to acknowledge that even though they had people over there, the women were not doing their work, right? The ones that were employed, they were hardly there. They were not cleaning. That nobody seemed to be reporting them that the toilet doors were broken, so no privacy, or that the companies that come and clean up don't come often. So that's just this thing.
Sharon, can you please?
There.
Yes. It's 12:30 now. We're supposed to start with the next session. So can you just maybe in less than a minute try to wrap it up?
Okay. So essentially what we want you to do is to say, if this session has been useful for you, we don't want you to thank us and put thanks and whatever. What we want you to do is to go away and do it today, or do it tomorrow, or do it the next week at least. Start to use the lessons that you've learned to develop your own research, define your topic, define your research problem, write it out, define your research questions, etc., and begin to use the knowledge. And we've given you a whole set of repository information that you can use for that. So with that, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the team for your excellent participation, and sorry that we did take up a minute or so more than we should. And we would have liked to have done that little exercise with you, but next time. There's one last issue, which is the evaluation. Temikos, have we got the evaluation link?
Yes, I posted the link on the chat. So if colleagues can please do an evaluation of the session. And thank you so much, colleagues Sharon, Lindy, and Lesego. I see from the reactions and the comments, the colleagues are very, very impressed with the information that you've shared. So thank you so much. This was a very helpful engagement. And thank you so much, colleagues, for your participation. The questions asked and the contributions made. It made this quite an interesting session. So we will end this session and move on to the next session that's starting at 12:30. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jackie and Zaki. I just want to confirm that we are indeed on the right platform for module 3 first.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are. This is the correct
All right,
platform.
great. I can see Dr. Lunga has joined in. It's a very interesting training and workshop so far. Very, very interesting, colleagues. I'll give it a few minutes to allow colleagues who are still moving out and those that are joining in, if that's okay with you, Jackie.
Yes, thank you.
It looks like traffic has quickly stopped, colleagues. Because I've been observing and noticing since the morning, time is not on our side. So I'd rather we get started instead of running out of time. Get started and finish off on time, if that is to be possible. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 7th Emerging African Researcher Training Academy. My name is Yoliso Nsepe. I am a social anthropologist within the Equitable Education and Economies Division of the Human Sciences Research Council. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this third module, module 3 of 23. And I must just tell you, if you've just joined in, it has been very, very interesting from the time that Dr. Bongi Mwango started the session at 9 o'clock. It has been steamrolling. I can hardly catch my breath on behalf of the coordinators, Jackie, Zaki, and everyone. I really do not envy their role, but at the same time, I'm very excited for them, for the success that this conference, this 5-day training is moving. It's very interesting. In this session, we're going to be led by Dr. Wilfred Lunga, a colleague within what we call DCSE in our department here. He is a chief research specialist. Dr. Lunga is very widely published in peer-reviewed journals. His areas of interest are disaster risk reduction, climate change, adaptation, community resilience, among many. He is also a supervisor of postgraduate students at the Northwest University within the space of disaster management. Dr. Lunga has also have a large, as I've already said to you guys, extensive and a beautiful publication record, and is also experienced in large-scale evaluation projects. But before I hand over to Dr. Lunga, let me run through a couple of housekeeping rules, which are still remaining the same, that we are recording the session, and the session will be made available, including all the presentations that are going to be made here. They will be made available to you later in the day, later in the week. So please do note, colleagues, that we are being recorded. We will also share at the end of this session an evaluation link, which we truly encourage you to fill at the end of the day, at the end of the session, because we'd like to hear from you and get some suggestions on how we can improve and what is it that you've liked the most. We would like to hear from you. Please pop in your questions as we go on in the comments section. What we'll do is from time to time, we will take a couple of questions. And yeah, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the session. Over to you, Dr. Lunga.
Can you hear me?
You're very faint. Maybe you can adjust your volume again, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but can you also put your presentation on slide mode?
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Great.
Thank you for the introduction, colleagues. I have a bit of flu, so my voice is not the original one. Normally, I shout very, very high, but unfortunately, today, I'm a bit stressed. So I'll take you through, I'm going to facilitate this module, which is on research fundamentals, components, and approach. I'm happy that it's like I'll be doing revision because the other module I could do here, they were also emphasizing on these issues of research. As HSRC, we are also a research institution which carry out actually research that contributes to South Africa's development agenda. And before I go through the module, I would want to see by raising of hands how many of you have ever felt lost when starting a research project. I just want to have an idea. Just raise up your hands. Let's see. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Keep it raised if you've wondered where to ever begin. Yeah, I can see. So, colleagues, I know you have done research. Yes, yeah, I think your hands are now tired. You can put them down. Thank you so much for showing that. I'm going to try and facilitate this session in a way that I'll also pose some questions. You are also free to ask questions so that we help each other. So our module has got several slides, which we are going to go through quickly. And the main objectives of this module is to understand the key components of the research process. Why do we want to do this? It's because research, in my view, is not a random process. Hence, we need to understand what are its components. We are also going to select appropriate research designs, and this will help us to understand what research is like, and also it's going to help us to understand the research designs. The other objective which we hope to fulfill is to align research questions, methods, and outputs, and also, taking into consideration the times in which we live, where there are a lot of technological improvements happening. So we are also going to look at how can we apply artificial intelligence tools in research. I know this one is a bit controversial because currently there are universities, institutions which have got different policies as far as AI tools are concerned. And just to give you a brief background of innovations in any field, I'm from a teaching background where during my training, I came across some reading which showed that in the 1970s and 80s, in the USA and in the UK, including Australia, when calculators were being introduced in schools, there was a lot of resistance among teachers. And the reason why they were trying to resist is they were of the view that electronic calculators may cause loss of basic arithmetic skills among learners and students. So we'll see also what is it that is happening in various other institutions with regards to AI tools in research. Now, after looking at these objectives, I want us to go straight to our first slide. On the first slide, you can see there are questions there, colleagues. I would like someone, just as we go through this module, I would want people also to use the chat box as much as possible. So I have a question, a basic question. What, in your view, is research? Anyone can raise up a hand, or you can write on the chat box. What is research? Yolisa can help me to check as well on the chat if there are any responses which you are seeing. I haven't seen any yet.
Yes, they are coming. They are coming. Dr. Lunga, Carmen says, understanding a problem by investigating it.
Wow, excellent. Okay. Any other
The other,
view?
Esther says it's search for knowledge.
Search for knowledge.
Scientific inquiry, that's Simangele.
Oh, excellent.
Kamakwini says it is a formal investigation into a phenomenon. Zandile is echoing that. Yes, a structured inquiry.
Yes. Thank you, Yolisa. I can see a lot are coming in now.
Yes.
And the colleagues, remember, this is I know most of the people who are here are adults. Adults, we are saying anyone above 16. So usually adult answers, all of them are correct. So well done. For me, if I were to answer this question, I would say research is a grown-up word for finding out truth by asking questions and looking at clues. Or it is a systematic process of data collection, analyzing data, so that you come up with responses that address a problem. So that's why you can see that all the answers which were said actually resonate with what I'm saying. So research, in other words, we can all agree it's not a random process. It has to be systematic. You cannot just do it randomly. And today, in many institutions, including industry, you'll find that when they want to promote their products, they will use the word research to say research has shown this, so that they are convincing and people can actually consume their products. So if they were doing it randomly, they were likely going to encounter some challenges. So when we do research, it means we have to follow clear steps. We'll look at these as we move on. Then the next question which we have, it says, what are the key components of the research process in your view? What are the key components of research process in your view? Anyone? You can be using the chat box as much as possible, colleagues.
They are coming in, Doctor. One is saying data collection and analysis. One is saying methodology, data collection. Data collection seems to be coming in quite a lot. Ethics, research methodology. And then there's a bold answer saying first find a problem. Background, that is a problem statement, the rationale, literature review, analysis, a proposal. Yes, problem statement. I think we are now starting to get to a point where we call saturation, the same answers.
That's interesting. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Right. Most of the answers which you have read really resonates with what the components are. So the research components, colleagues, what you have mentioned, yes, they are part of the research components, but the main research components which we all must internalize. We have what is known as philosophy. We have what is known as approach. We have what is known as strategy, methods. Someone mentioned those, time horizon, and other elements. The other elements is what I was hearing, where you were talking about ethics, where you were talking about data collection. Those are the other elements, but these are the first 5 are the fundamental components of research. The philosophy. What do we mean by philosophy? When we talk of philosophy, this is the beliefs which people have, the worldview of people, the way knowledge is created, and at times we say it influences every other choice one makes when you are going to do a research. That's the philosophy. And in philosophy, we have different approaches which we can actually believe in. For example, if you believe in measurable things, or in what we call objective, it means that you are part of those people who are known as positivists. And if you believe in subjective things, where you say whatever is formed is something which happens in society, that becomes an interpretivism. If you acknowledge knowledge as being reality, then that realism. So philosophy is what is it that you believe in and how you view knowledge. This is the most fundamental component, which I know among researchers, especially people who are starting to learn, that when they are going to do their research, they tend to ignore this, and it comes as an afterthought. So it is very important when you are carrying out research to determine what philosophy is guiding your research. Then the other component is the research approach. So when we talk of research approach, we are simply looking at, sorry about that, when we are talking of research approach, we are also looking at the logic in which you link theory and the data. So approach can be in different ways. It could be deductive. And when we talk about deductive, we are simply saying you are starting from the top, going down. So you can start with a theory, you can start with a hypothesis, and then you design your research to test your theory or to test your hypothesis. So this one, the deductive, falls under the positivist type of studies. So the philosophy there will be the positivist. Then another approach could be inductive. When you are using an inductive approach, you start by collecting data, and then you build your theory, or you can build a pattern from the ground. And this falls under the interpretivism type of philosophy. So in qualitative research, you hear people saying, I used grounded theory. What it means is they collected data and then they built their theory from the data which they collected in the field. So these are the main two research approaches which as researchers or learners or students, we must be aware of, so that when you are developing your research, you are supposed to be guided by this. Another very important research component is the strategy. What is strategy? Strategy is actually the major plan of how you will answer your research questions. And strategy can come into different ways. You can have quantitative strategies, or you can also have qualitative strategies. In some instances, you can use both quantitative and qualitative strategies. And once we do that, we are now looking at what we call mixed methodologies strategies. And each of these strategies have different methods which are used.
Dr. Lunga, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
I don't know if it's from my end, but it looks like your slide has not been moving.
No. Yeah, I'm still on the same slide, which is on research components. Yes, I'm just explaining those components because I just used the points. So I'm trying to explain. I'm sure, I hope if anyone has got an issue, is not understanding, please raise the alarm so that I can explain. Okay, so far we are only on this one where we are looking at the research components. I have explained what the research philosophy is. I have explained the research approach, and I've also explained the research strategy. On the strategy, where I said there are different strategies. You can have a qualitative strategy, we can have quantitative strategy, and you can have mixed methods strategies. May I get from the participants examples of strategies which are quantitative? Can people just write on the chat box? And also give examples of strategies which are qualitative. Do you see any answers?
I am seeing ethnography.
Ethnography under which strategy?
She did not say.
Okay.
Someone says questionnaires, surveys for quantitative.
Very good. Surveys for quantitative, yes. What about the ethnography? The one who wrote ethnography, can you also share under which strategy it falls?
Luntu on the other side is saying qualitative focus groups, semi-structured interviews.
Very good. That's
Interviews
excellent.
for qualitative.
Interviews for qualitative.
Case study for qualitative. Ethnography, reflexive, quantitative.
Ethnography, what? Come again?
Ethnography, auto-ethnography, reflexive, quantitative.
Not
Not
quite.
so certain. And then there's qualitative, semi-structured interviews. And then the ethnography is now qualified under qualitative. There's quite a lot of answers.
Yes, but I'm
12 of them.
not hearing anything on quantitative other than the survey. I only heard about survey. What other methods falls under the quantitative strategy?
Experiments.
Excellent.
Numerical data. That's quantitative.
Statistical modeling.
No, that hasn't come up.
Yeah, I'm just giving an example as well.
It's all just surveys. Under quant, the colleagues are saying surveys quantitative. That's a recurring response in the chat.
Okay, thank you. The mixed methods. When we talk of mixed methods strategies, what we simply do is we are using the strategies in both quanti and quali. So you can find in mixed methods, one can do a survey and a case study. That becomes a mixed method. So those are some of the strategies which you can use when looking at these research components. So the most important about this slide is that whenever you are doing your research, know that you should be guided by your philosophy, and that philosophy helps you to then choose the approaches, whether is it deductive or inductive, and then you come and determine your strategy, and then on of that strategy, what methods are you going to use? You have already mentioned some of them. And then another very important one is the time horizon. When we talk of time horizon, we are simply referring to research which can be done at one point in time or over longer period in time. For example, you can just do a case study as a case study for just one Oh, my slides are no longer moving now. Tabo, can you assist? Hello?
Yes, your slides are not moving from this end.
Yeah, now it's not moving because I wanted to move. Tabo, can you assist?
Maybe you can click escape so you can lose that pen and then start to, okay.
Tried everything here, it's not moving.
Is Tabo in the room?
Yulisa, do you have a copy of the slides? Maybe you can control
Yes, I
it.
do. Yes, I
Okay.
do.
So maybe could you just control it on behalf of Dr. Lunga for now?
Okay. Also, should I,
Oh,
okay, should I share?
who's
Right.
sharing the screen now? Is it Tabo?
I'm not so sure. I saw the screens changing.
Go back to research. Go back again. Yes,
Okay.
on this one.
Okay.
So,
I think Tabo is controlling it. Okay.
yes, so we're looking at this slide where we're looking at the components. Can you move to the next slide? So we have already explained the research philosophy, that it clarifies your thinking, your worldview, and also your understanding of knowledge. And then we looked at some of the categories within the research philosophy, the positivism, the interpretivism, and we gave a few examples. Move to the next slide. Research strategy. We also looked at this one where we were saying the strategy can either be qualitative or quantitative, and some of the answers which we're giving are very correct. Where we're looking at, for example, if you are looking at the quantitative, you can carry out experiments, you can carry out surveys. If you are looking at the qualitative, you can actually use case studies, ethnography, and so on. Next slide. So the research methods, we have already covered this. We are saying your research methods which you would want to use, you should be guided by those research components, especially the philosophy. And I highlighted that in most cases, philosophy comes as a last thought, of which we need to guard against that, because the philosophy is actually very important. It will help you determine what paradigm are you going to use. Are you going to use the qualitative? Are you going to use the quantitative? Is it going to be deductive or inductive? And the other elements already people have highlighted on those. Next slide. The choice of methods. Also, these are critical in your study. You can use one method, which is fine, but in most cases, you'll find that people would want to use several methods so that they have a study which is much more robust. So in mono, you're using one type of information that is gathered. And there is also only one method which will be used. Either you are qualitative or quantitative. And in mixed methods, it's either two or more methods of research which you can use, where you combine these together. And then multi-method, that's where you have got a wider selection of methods used so that you can produce specific type of data set. And next slide. Time horizons. That's where we were, where we are saying in terms of time horizons, we are looking at a study which could be done over time. And if that study is done over time, it is known as a longitudinal type of study. Where you collect data, you can choose to say you are collecting data on 50-year-olds after every 2 years or after every 3 years. That study becomes a longitudinal because you are repeating your observations over time. It could be quarters, it could be months, it could be days, and so on and so on. Then you can also have a cross-sectional type of study where you collect data over a single point of time. It could be a snapshot of a situation. And this is normally done in elections. I'm sure you might have heard people say, no, this party is going to win because of a snapshot study which was done in the past month and so forth. And it will be targeting specific areas or specific populations. Next slide. We have already explained on the approaches. As I was explaining on the philosophy as well as on the methods, where we said it could be deductive, and normally deductive is associated with the quantitative and the positivist approach, while the inductive is mostly associated with the qualitative research paradigms. Next slide. Right. So on this slide, I would want us to just apply what we have been doing from when we started, where we're looking at the research components, we're looking at the research methods, we're looking at the strategies, and so forth. So I would want someone to just pick what you think is a research strategy, a research philosophy from this list which we have, and then pair it with an approach and also pair it with a research method. Anyone who can do that, to say from here, from the list which I've shown, which one is the philosophy and which example fits into that philosophy in terms of approach, and which strategy can be used. I don't know whether I'm clear, colleagues. Yeah, I see one is written inductive, philosophy positivist, quantitative, questionnaire, correct. Anyone else? Correct. Qualitative interview. I wanted the philosophy. I'm not seeing the philosophy there. Positivist, quantitative, deductive, experiment, deductive, case study, correct. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. So we can even develop a table where we can include other elements as well, so that at the end you can play around with these and try to understand what is it that you can benefit out of it. So this exercise is very useful, especially when you want to do your own research, where you can just put that table and play around with it so that you are able to come up with an approach. Next slide.
Sorry, Dr. Lunga.
Yes.
I noticed that there were a couple of questions where colleagues were asking questions related to philosophy. So I don't know if maybe just before you move to the next slide, you can allow me to share with you the questions. I note that Dr. Mngwangu has tried to address some of the philosophy, at least one of the philosophy questions to a colleague, Ompile, but I thought maybe this would be a best time after this activity to give you the questions.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can share the question.
Oh, okay. The first question is how do I differently apply a philosophy and a framework concurrently in my research? The second question is which philosophy can be used in qualitative research? And the third question is it possible to adopt two strategies in one study? For example, a case study and action research. And philosophy also seems new. Where does it fit in the research proposal? Is it under introduction or under methodology? So maybe I can end there because all those questions seems to be aligned or moving around philosophy.
Well, I didn't manage to capture all, but the first one it says, how do I apply philosophy and framework?
How do I differently apply philosophy and framework concurrently in my research?
Yes, I'm not sure framework. When they say framework, what they mean, what is this person trying to say?
I don't know if that colleague can rephrase the question. So many comments have since come. I lost who that colleague is. Or maybe in the meantime, you can move on and attend to which philosophy can be used in qualitative research. I see Anna's hand is up. Maybe Anna is the person who asked about philosophy and framework. Maybe we can allow Anna. Anna, you can go ahead. I'm assuming you will give us clarity on philosophy and framework. Anna, you can unmute and go ahead.
Because when you are talking of philosophy on its own, what you need to know is your study which you want to use, is it going to deal with numbers? Is it going to deal with facts? Then once you ask those questions, you are able then to tell that my research is going to be deductive, because you go and collect your data, the numbers, whatever, and then you test it. If you are using the next question was which philosophy using
can be used in qualitative research.
Normally it's inductive, because you do know that you want to collect data on experiences. It could be experiences of people. For me, let's say I want to study about floods and how people cope. What do floods do? Do they increase poverty? Then I have to go and collect the data and then analyze that data. What is the data telling me? Is it true that people are becoming poor because of floods or drought, things like that? So that would be inductive type of philosophy. So you need to know what kind of data, what kind of questions are you going to ask? What type of data are you going to collect? That will help you to determine the philosophy which you will use. I can see Anna. Yes, go ahead. I see your hand is up.
Anna is struggling to unmute herself, and I think she actually wants to speak because she can text, she can write in the message. Maybe Anna, while
It's ready.
Zaki is trying to help you, you can write, because I also tried to unmute you. It's not working from this end.
No, she's ready to talk now.
Okay, she can go ahead. Go ahead, Anna.
Oh, she's Anna. Hello, Anna. I can see the microphone now. It's active. She'll be able to talk now. Anna.
Hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, I was just trying to respond to say I'm the one that posted a question on how do I apply philosophy and framework concurrently in my research proposal. The previous module was on a theoretical framework and conceptual framework, and I was kind of confused because I know or I've been hearing now for some times about philosophy, worldview, and I also trying to borrow from our proposal structure at the University of Namibia. I couldn't really see where the philosophy fit. Am I supposed to put it under introduction, or is it supposed to appear under methodology? Because I know with the theoretical framework, it sits under literature review. But I've been interacting with other participants in the chat who made it clear for me, and very grateful. So my question is already answered. Maybe I can just share what my understanding from what my fellow participants have given me in the chat. To say the philosophy or the worldview is the view that you have of your research, how you view your research, how are you going to conduct it. It's more like a guide, and it's silent. It doesn't need to appear in the research proposal if it's not in your structure from your university. But as a researcher, you need to have that view to say, okay, based on my topic, this is how I see my view is post-positivism, or the other one where you can use qualitative methods. So the view kind of guide you into what type of approach and study design are you going to employ, and then the data collection methods, as well as the analysis of your research.
Excellent, Anna.
Thank you.
That's why my question was, when you were talking about framework, I said, what do you mean? Now you have clarified to say conceptual framework or theoretical framework. So when we talk of theory, it actually comes from philosophy. For example, I said philosophy should guide you. If your research is going to test something, you need to have the data which you are going to test. You come up with a theory, you collect the data, and you test it. So what is guiding you is your philosophy, which is your worldview. It could be deductive or it could be inductive. So your explanation is spot on. You are not confused at all. It depends. The only thing which I was highlighting was, in most cases, not only students, but even us as researchers, we tend to neglect our philosophy. We tend to start thinking about it when we have already done our data collection and analysis. By the way, what is it that we're trying to do? That's when we go back. And yet it should be vice versa. We should start with the philosophy. So you are spot on. Your explanation on how you understood it is very clear. according to what I heard you trying to explain. Thank you so much. Did we cover all the questions? Or we should move on to the next slide?
Yes, please, let's move on. We are left with 13 minutes.
Okay, right. So this diagram which you see on this slide is actually trying to show you the main layers of the research. So it also tried to explain the questions which have been raised, to say when we talk about the research process, we can think in terms of layers. So there are main layers. We have the philosophy on the outer layer, and that within that philosophy, what do we have? It could be a positivism, it could be realism, it could be interpretivism or pragmatism. But then, if we are using positivism, what are we looking at in terms of the approach? It becomes deductive. If it is interpretivism, what is the approach? It is inductive. And what strategies can we use? If it is under the qualitative, which is also the positivism, we can use experiments, surveys, modeling, all that can come under positivism. If it is qualitative, we can then use action research, grounded theory, case study. Here on grounded theory, remember I said it's that theory which you produce, which you can develop with the data which you have already collected in the field. We can use ethnography, and we can have different methods to do the study. It could be mono method, mixed method, multi-method. And then we can also look in terms of time horizon, where it could be cross-sectional, longitudinal. And then once we collect all our data, we then can do the analysis. So this slide is simply summarizing all what we've been talking from the first slide. Next slide. So this slide is simply providing you what is it that you can do when you have got your data, and how you can collect the data, what type of data, and what methodological approach which you can use. Next slide. This is just showing that when you are doing research, make sure that you collect your own data. You don't need to plagiarize other people's work, because once you do that, that's unethical. Then the choice of research methods, this is straightforward. It's also where it can help you to say, when you want to choose an approach or a strategy, you have to look, also you should be guided by your philosophy, like I've always said. So if it's survey, you know what kind of method you are going to use, what strategies are you going to use, the options which are there for whatever research which you want to carry out. Next slide. Move to the next slide. I wanted us to do this exercise. I don't know if we can do it quickly in the interest of time. So
Yes,
I'll read.
maybe we can. Yeah, I was going to say, let's quickly do that.
Yes, I'll read this, and I would want you to reflect what this extract tells you regarding alignment between research philosophy approach, theory, and methods. So this dissertation is based on a premise that very little is actually known about why formal organizational change programs have such a high rate of failure. The aim of the research is therefore an in-depth exploration of the possible reasons for such failure. In particular, the study will look at the interpretations of failure by senior managers. 200 questionnaires have been sent to senior managers around the United Kingdom to test the relationship between the common causes of failure and their effects. The responses were analyzed statistically using SPSS. The key finding is that resistance to change is the most common cause of failure of formal organizational change programs, which supports previous studies. So colleagues, what I would want you is just to reflect on this and you just give me your view on what you can say about the philosophy in this, the approach, and so forth. Anyone who can quickly try? What is the philosophy there in this extract? Positivism. Good. What about the methods? Someone? Deductive philosophy, excellent. Quantitative, so that will be the strategy. Okay, you can move to the next slide and you see also my view. Thank you so much, colleagues, those who have responded. So my reflection on my side is that this dissertation is based on the premise that very little is actually known about why formal organizations. So the aim is therefore an in-depth exploration. And this is going to be a positivist type of study, and rightfully people were able to actually tell that it's a positivist because we are going to use statistical analysis tools. Thank you so much. Next slide. Let's move to the next slide. This is the last slide, colleagues. It talks about applying basic AI tools in research. Like I said when I introduced that this is a controversial issue in most institutions, including in our own research institute, where you find people are grappling in terms of trying to use innovations. Innovations are here to stay, colleagues. So we need to take advantage of them. I gave you an example of what teachers used to do, not knowing that today even learners are now allowed to go into the exam room with calculators. So in research, AI tools are really transforming research in a big way. And we need to also take advantage of them in that they help us in doing a lot of things. You can even ask AI to give you ideas on what is it that is there to be researched. Or if you have an idea, you just put it on these AI tools so that it can assist you. But what you need to take note of is that it should not limit your thinking. It just helps you to sharpen even your thinking so that you come up with an appropriate research topic, research idea, and so forth. So people are also using it to discover literature and how to organize your research work. And there are different types of AI chatbots. We have ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity. Those are some of those which can give you research-focused ones. We have Elicit, which is very good in terms of literature, search, Research Rabbit, connected papers. All these tools can actually be used. You can also use AI tools for data analysis and visualization. I've seen a lot of very interesting papers currently where they have very good visualizations which have been developed using AI tools. So if you are not a statistician and you want to actually do some bit of statistics, you can actually take advantage of AI-powered data assistants, Julius AI, OpenAI, and so forth. And then you can also use AI tools as project mentors, where you can structure your research process. Next slide. So My presentation, the key takeaways which I can say out of this is that whenever you are doing your research, make sure it is aligned to your philosophy, the approach, the strategy, and the methods. All of them must connect logically, and that your research question drives everything else. If you don't have a research question, it will be very difficult. And that you also be able to justify why you are doing what you are doing. If you say this is the philosophy, this is the approach, these are the strategies, you need to be able to support that. Also, know your paradigms. We have already looked at those, the deductive, the inductive paradigms, and also know your AI tools, and know that the AI tools simply are there to assist you. They are not going to make you not think. You have always, your thinking is paramount. And yeah, I'll stop there, colleagues, and just perhaps if there are other clarifications which colleagues might want to get.
Thank you, Dr. Lunga. There's quite a lot of comments that in the comment section and some of the questions, but we don't have much time. But I appreciate that colleagues are also expressing some of their concerns around the use of AI. I mean, one of the colleagues is wondering, actually, I think thinking out loud, if it's okay to actually put in your research idea onto AI and eventually losing your idea prematurely. So I suppose these are issues that we are still grappling with. And one of the colleagues is also saying, perhaps this is now time for us as researchers to localize our thinking and our philosophies. So we could sit here all day long looking at the comments from the colleagues. But before you go, guys, I can see people are already clapping hands, which is great. Please do fill in the evaluation form and give us your feedback about this particular session. I trust you are able to see the evaluation link. Thank you so much, Dr. Lunga. And yeah, as I say, there's still a lot to be answered. One colleague has asked if they can reach out. Should they be having further questions?
Please, yeah, you can
Maybe
share my
you can wrap with that answer.
Yes, no, you can share my email, Yoliswa. Yes, I hear the concerns, yes. But what you need to know, colleagues, technology is advancing. People are even thinking of developing a supercomputer, which is going to be much stronger than the current tools. All what you need to do is when you are using AI, remember I said it is not going to replace your thinking. And if you have an idea, don't lose it. Check.
If you have
This
an
is why,
idea, don't
yeah,
lose it.
you need
Yeah.
to cross check and do your work ethically. Ethics is non-negotiable. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, colleagues. Have a good day.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I would just like to find out if everyone can hear me. Am I audible enough?
You are.
Okay. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I see the thumbs up. Welcome to our afternoon session. My name is Nomcebo Ubisi, and I will be chairing this afternoon session. It is now 14:15, which is the start of
Recording
our
in progress.
session. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our module 4, which is looking at research ethics as part of the 7th annual Emerging African Researcher Training Academy. So this theme or this module is held under the theme African Research Voices in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. So I know some colleagues have been part of this session since morning, and some are joining us this afternoon. So I'd like to welcome you all to this afternoon session. So while we are still settling, I'll just like to welcome you, and also just to give some remarks that this is an exciting session for me, and I believe for everyone as well, as we understand that as research continues to evolve in an increasingly digital and AI-driven world, ethical practice remains the cornerstone of the credible, responsible, and impactful scholarship. So we know while AI presents exciting opportunities to enhance research, it also raises important ethical questions around integrity, around transparency, data governance, privacy, authorship, as well as the responsible use of the emerging technologies. So this session actually provides an important opportunity for us to reflect on these issues and to strengthen our understanding on the ethical principles that should guide our research across disciplines. It also reminds us of our shared responsibility to ensure that research is conducted with integrity, respect for participants, and communication. So it is really a commitment to generate knowledge that is benefiting to our society, but also we need to carry integrity along. So I encourage everyone to engage actively this afternoon, ask questions, and also take advantage of this knowledge that will be shared with us. So I believe we are right at the start. Before I continue, I'd just like to remind us that this session is recorded, and the recordings will be shared on our online repository. And also know that we can participate through asking questions on our chat. How we will go about it is that as the presenters are presenting, we will be sending our questions, and then we will just try to gather questions, and in between the sessions or the presentations, we'll just throw in our questions that are coming up here and there. But depending on time, at the end of each session, at the end of each presenter, we will then have maybe few more questions just to have that interaction as well. So thank you once again for joining the session. I hope we will all learn and really enjoy our session. So I'd just like to confirm this afternoon we'll have 2 presentations. So from Dr. Matthias as well as Marilyn. So before we continue, I'll just like to check if we have Dr. Matthias in the room. I am trying to locate him. Dr. Mathias?
Yes, I'm
Awesome.
in the room.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. And Marilyn, thank you. Okay, great. So before we just waste any time, I would like us to go straight to our first presentation by Dr. Mathias Alubafi, who is Fuba, who is a senior research specialist at the Human Sciences Research Council within the Developmental, Capable and Ethical State Division. He is also a research fellow at the Center for Gender and African Studies in the University of Free State. So his area of interest and expertise are museums, African art, cultural heritage, indigenous systems, and cultural policies. So we are ready to learn and hear from you, Doc. I hope we will really engage. So would you like to share your screen? Are you able to share from your end, Doc?
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you for the warm introduction. The way we've structured the presentation, Marilyn will first of all take some slides, the first part of it. Then I will come in the middle, and then she ends the presentation. That's the way our slides are structured. So we'll prepare you.
Great.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
great. So in between your presentations, I will keep track on our chat. So as you continue, we might pause here and there just to maybe respond to some pressing questions, and I will also indicate on how we are doing with time. So over to you, colleagues. Thank you. So Dr. Mathias will be joined as indicated by Marilyn Koch, who is also from the Human Sciences Research Council, and she holds a master's degree in social sciences, specializing in health research ethics from UKZN, which was completed through the South African Research Ethics Training Initiative. So we welcome you, colleagues, and I will be handing over to you. Thank you so much. Over to you, colleagues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for that introduction. Is everyone able to see my screen and hear me clearly?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am Marilyn Couch, and I will be co-presenting with Dr. Mathias Alubafi, and we will be speaking on research ethics and integrity. So the first part of the session will focus on research ethics, and then the second part of the session will move into research integrity. We'll end it off with research integrity. Okay, so this is our lesson outline for today. We are going to try to explain the historical development of research ethics and its relevance in contemporary research. So we're going to look at the formalization of research ethics, studies that have previously taken place that conducted some unethical practices and why research ethics became relevant today. We're going to describe the role of national legislation and ethical guidelines in research governance, just some legislation and ethical guidelines that are specific to South Africa, which govern research ethics and integrity in South Africa. We'll also be looking at some of these legislations within your various countries where you are from, so that you can educate us also about some of your legislations. We'll be identifying ethical opportunities and challenges of using artificial intelligence in research. So I was here for some of the previous sessions, and I know that there was a few sessions on artificial intelligence. I believe that on day 5, the 31st of July, there will also be another session that is more in-depth on artificial intelligence. So Dr. Alubafi will just be touching on artificial intelligence and some of the ethical challenges from that. And then lastly, apply the principles of research integrity to support responsible and trustworthy research. So we'll be looking at research integrity, research misconduct, the principles that guide that. And yes, I hope you look forward to the session. Okay, so as I mentioned, we're going to first be looking at research ethics. But we have to understand the history of research ethics, what led to the formalization of research ethics, why was there a need for research ethics, and then we will look at what research ethics is. Okay, so why research ethics? Research ethics all began during the doctor's trial, which took place after World War II. And this trial highlighted the need for ethical considerations in biomedical research. So it was during this trial where doctors and administrators were charged for crimes against humanity, for conducting research without informed consent from research participants. So this was during the time of the Nazi war crimes. There were inhumane and unethical experiments that were taking place on humans, on people, and a lot of them were unethical and violated various forms of what we now have as human rights. And it was the judgment from this trial that led to the creation of the Nuremberg Code. Okay, so the Nuremberg Code is a very important code because it's a landmark code, because it's the first international ethical standard that outlined 10 principles to protect human research participants. All other codes or declarations or guidelines that have been developed using the core principles of the Nuremberg Code. Okay, so the core tenets of the code were to obtain voluntary consent from research participants and to respect their autonomy. So the code introduced something like obtaining informed consent and acknowledging and respecting the autonomy of an individual, something that was not there previously. Okay, some researchers, however, disregarded the code and continued to engage in inhumane experimentation. And as a result, other unethical research practices emerged. Okay, so some researchers felt that the code didn't apply to them because the Nazi trials were viewed as barbaric acts of research, and some researchers thought that the research that they were doing was not to that extent, and so the code did not apply to them, although they were conducting unethical research, maybe just not as adverse or severe as the Nazi trials, but it was unethical research. Okay, and then from the Nuremberg Code, the World Medical Association then developed the Declaration of Helsinki. Okay, so this came after the code. And it was the Declaration of Helsinki that stated that research should be conducted in a manner that prioritizes the interest and the rights of research participants. Okay, so this code then brought in the issue of rights of participants. And this was an important declaration because it was the first declaration that proposed that research protocols be submitted to a research ethics committee, an independent research committee, prior to the commencement of studies. So it was this declaration that introduced the formality that research ethics protocols must be submitted to a research ethics committee or an IRB or an ethical review board. There's various terminology used to describe the board before any research can take place, before a researcher can go into the field and conduct research. The interest to protect the health and well-being of our research participants. Okay, so this is just an example of some of the unethical practices or studies that took place during that period. And it was the first being the Nazi medical experiments. Okay, so for example, prisoners in concentration camps were subjected to forced experimentations without informed consent. And what ethical issues emerged from these experiments? There was no informed consent. There was extreme harm that participants were subjected to. There was issues of coercion. and human rights violations. Another study was the Tuskegee syphilis study, and this is a very famous study, and it is a landmark study, and we'll talk more about it in the next few slides. And in this study, 600 African American men with syphilis were observed without being told their diagnosis or offered penicillin after it became available. So it was a group of participants who had syphilis. They were not told that they had syphilis, and the researchers were observing the trajectory of the disease within their bodies without offering them penicillin even though penicillin was available to cure or treat syphilis at the time. And the ethical issues that emerged from this was issues of deception, lack of informed consent, because they weren't aware that they were being enrolled into a study, the withholder of the penicillin treatment, issues of exploiting vulnerable groups of people, and racism, because they were Black African American men. Another study was the Willowbrook hepatitis study, and children with intellectual disabilities were deliberately infected with hepatitis to study the disease. Okay, and then the ethical issues that emerged here was vulnerable participants, one, because they are children, secondly, because they have intellectual disabilities, questionable consent. You can't enroll children into a study without consent from a parent or a guardian, etc. They were intentionally harmed because they were deliberately infected with the disease. And again, exploitation because they are a vulnerable group. They are children and they have intellectual disabilities. Okay, so there were many other studies that took place within this period and after this period, but in the interest of time, I just decided to focus on these 3 studies, just to give you an example of some of the ethical and unethical practices during this period. Okay, so the Tuskegee syphilis study, as I mentioned, was a landmark study because it prompted the enactment of the National Research Act, the NRA in the United States. And it was the NRA which established the federal regulation to protect human research participants. And this led to the creation of the NCPHSBB. And that stands for the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research. And they were tasked with identifying ethical standards to guide human research. Okay. Again, this was also a very important study because it was this study that led that the commission then submitted the Belmont Report. Okay. And the Belmont Report, again, is a very important guiding principle that we still use today in research because of its principles of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. And we're going to go into some of those right now. Okay, so the Belmont Report outlines the principles of ethical assessment in research involving human participants, including the evaluation of risks and benefits, the appropriate selection of research participants, and the requirement of informed consent. It was the Belmont Report that re-emphasized the need for research proposals to be reviewed by research ethics committees, and it is grounded in the principles of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Okay, so I serve on a research ethics committee, and when I am reviewing research ethics protocols, I use these principles to guide my ethical review. Okay, so autonomy. What does autonomy mean? It means respecting an individual's right to make their own decisions regarding their own life and their own body. So in practice, this means ensuring that informed consent is obtained from all participants who participate in a study, and allowing them to make voluntary and informed decisions about their involvement in the study. Okay, their right to continue to participate in the study, their right to withdraw from a study without any harm or retribution towards them. Beneficence, the obligation to maximize benefits and minimize harm. Designing research studies to ensure they provide valuable knowledge and benefits to participants and society while minimizing any potential risks or harms to participants. Okay, as researchers, we have to always try to ensure that when we are designing studies, how do we minimize the harm to our research participants as far as possible? If there are any instances where there may be risks, we've got to try to minimize them. We've got to justify why those risks are taking place. For those of you who are familiar with doing research ethics applications, but no risk must be unnecessary. Non-maleficence is the duty to do no harm, and in practice that means implementing rigorous safety protocols and ethical standards to protect participants from harm and continuously monitor and address any adverse effects that may arise during the research. So research ethics or ethical research is not just filling in a research ethics application, submitting it to a research ethics committee and getting approval. Okay, throughout the study, there may be ethical issues that will arise that we didn't think about when we were designing the study. So those things have to be adequately monitored and reported to the research ethics committee so that the ethics committee can advise on how to address some of these ethical issues that emerge in a study when we are in the field. And then the last one being justice. The fair distribution of benefits and burdens of research. And in practice, that means ensuring fair recruitment practices. Okay, the inclusion and exclusion criteria of our study must be fair, not excluding certain race groups or certain genders for personal reasons or for unethical reasons. Whoever's included and excluded in the study must make sense and must be justified to why they are relevant to the study. If participants are excluded, there must be motivation and ethical justification for why they are being excluded. It also, in practice, means equitable selection of research subjects. We don't use the word subjects anymore. We refer to them as research participants, and that the benefits and burdens of research is distributed fairly among all social groups, especially vulnerable populations. Okay, so this is just a very nice timeline that I like to use that shows the development or the formalization of research ethics and where we are today in terms of ethics in research. So as I previously explained, it was the doctor's trial and the experimentation and the development of the Nuremberg Code in 1946, which then led to the establishment of the Declaration of the Helsinki in 1964. And then there was the landmark study, the Tuskegee syphilis study in 1972, which then led to the development of the Belmont Report. And post the 1980s is the rule for the establishment of research ethics committees in most countries. Okay, so that means that since the 1980s, countries such as China, India, and South Korea have adopted and legally mandated the submission of research protocols to research ethics committees. Okay, so it's something that is legal. Okay. In South Africa as well, it is a legal obligation for all health research to undergo review by an independent research ethics committee. Okay, so now we're going to move into our first activity, which is a poll. And the question is ethical review by an independent research ethics committee a legal requirement for health research in your country? And if IT could please just come in and help me with this poll.
Thanks, Merlin. As you are also waiting for IT, I've just noted one question.
Okay.
Okay, I've also noted one question from the chat. I think it was from, I'm trying to scroll up to find it, but it was from Tanya or something, yeah. They were asking if it is possible to share some local examples of unethical research practices that are well documented.
Yes, I don't know if we can have time for that, but there was a study where women with HIV, I think it was in South Africa, were enrolled in a study. It was an HIV study, and they didn't give consent for their identities to be disclosed when the findings from the study were being disseminated. And this was it was recent in the sense that it was post all these declarations and guidelines had already been developed. And the researchers had developed a book, and they wrote a book about their participants and disclosed the identities of these participants who had HIV. And that actually became a legal battle between the participants and the researchers. And the Constitutional Court ruled in favor of the research participants that it was unethical, but it was also a violation of various human rights to disclose their identities. I'm not 100% sure of the year of that study, but it was a recent study that took place in South Africa. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I hope so.
Okay. These are interesting findings. There's somebody who said no, it's not a legal requirement for health research to undergo ethical review by an independent researcher, independent research ethics committee. Is there somebody who wants to come in and explain that no to us?
Whoever would like to come in, they can unmute and shoot. Thank you.
Yeah, so if it's not a legal requirement for health research to undergo ethics review by a research ethics committee, then what, if you can explain to us what takes place in your country? Okay, does anybody else just want to come in and give input related to your response?
You can unmute, and some, if they have more inputs, they can also type on the chat.
Yeah, even if you're from South Africa or if you're from another country, just to explain your research ethics process.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes. I'm Keletsamaile Mutata. For us, it's a requirement, especially if you are going to deal with human subjects or animals. You need to get that ethical permission in order to conduct the study before you can even do anything. So in the university, you send your work to the ethical committee, and then if whatever you have indicated it's good enough, they'll grant you the clearance. If not, then they'll return the work and explain what needs to be done in order for you to get that clearance before you can even conduct or collect the data that you need to use for your research. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just tell us what country you're from?
I am from South Africa.
Okay, thank you. And then I see Anna has raised her hand. Anna, you can come through. And then I can't see who's after her. Anna? Okay, Chair, if you could just help me here. I can't see all the hands. There's Anna, there's Kefense, and there's Koleka.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe Anna, if she can unmute, we can move to Kefense.
Okay, Kefense?
All right. Greetings, everybody. I am from Botswana. So with us, the process is you get ethical clearance from the institution. So there is institutional review board. after you get clearance from the institutional review board, you have to submit to the relevant ministry. If you are dealing with humans, then you have to, health related, then you have to submit to the Ministry of Health. Sometimes if you do, for example, say you are doing a research that is related to One Health and you have to deal with people as well as animals, then you might have to do multiple ministries. So most of the ministries have the research committees where you would have to submit to them for clearance. So that is the process this side.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you hear me now?
Next person. Yes, are you Anna? Is this Anna?
Yes, it's Anna.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm from Namibia, University of Namibia. So for us, it's also a legal requirement that before we do data collection, the research should get ethical clearance. In the university, we have what we call ethical committee, and then they approve your research based on how you are going to address the ethical issues in your proposal at the university level, but also based on your area of study, especially for those that are doing health-related studies, then they must also get ethical clearance from the Ministry of Health. I have a student also that is working on secondary data from Namibia Institute of Pathology. They will also have to go through ethical clearance. Then if you are working with vulnerable population, like school children, then you must also have to get permission from the Directorate of Education in that region. And then other approvals like getting informed consent from the parents, as well as getting authorization from the school principal. So it's quite a number depending on your research.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Are there any other hands raised? Let's see. Koleka?
Yes.
Koleka?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here in South Africa. Currently, I stay in Eastern Cape, but currently I'm in Gauteng because of studies. So I agree that it is a legal requirement here in South Africa. But what I've realized, because I've been exposed to fieldwork data collection as well as in the academic space. So I do see a gap. Firstly, in the academic space, I think most people as students, they do not understand what does it mean exactly. It's more on meeting the requirements and getting the ethical clearance. But when it comes to the actual data collection itself, I think there's a lot of protocol deviation there. That is not attended to, and it leaves participant angry at some point. And when somebody else goes there for data collection, they look at us like that, to say that they just come here and cause more harm, and then they up and leave, and we never see them again. And then in terms of the data collection, like practicality, because I've worked with at HSRC as a data collector at Children's Institute. So the ethical clearance part, those requirements are done for I will say, as a data collector, you are responsible for data collection and you go through those trainings. But if you do not understand clearly, so now it's also done for you, and you don't get exposed to what really happens if there's a protocol deviation. So I would say for me, I think in terms of the implementation, there's still a gap there between the two spaces, but it is really a legal obligation, because but we really need to understand what does it do to the actual participant outside the theory part, but the practicality of it. Because if we are not exposed to, fortunate for me, my background, because I'm a social worker, so my background already does not allow me to do anything that harms the client. So it's easier for me to align even the research ethics because they are similar to my professional ethics. So that's what I wanted to add. And also thank you for giving us the background also, because most of the time, even if we're doing those ethics trainings, we try and rush because we want to get that certificate. So we don't go deeper in terms of the history and the specifics around there. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I think two things. I think it's very interesting to hear how the research ethics processes differs across different countries, but it is a legal requirement from what I'm hearing from all the participants, but the processes and the way that takes place varies across countries. And then I think I can agree with Koleka, sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, that it's not only, I don't think that it's only a student-related issue. I also think that there's some researchers as well who go into the field and also are not able to apply ethical principles. So at the HSRC, we have like biannual research ethics trainings, initiatives that take place by the Research Ethics Committee. So to solve some of those issues, that's why we host webinars like this. And maybe you can be the person within your institution to initiate webinars where researchers are trained on research ethics and what that means practically, what that means when you go into the field, and also be the one to explain the history of some of the unethical practices and how we can move forward. Okay, thank you. I am going to continue with the presentation. Can you see my screen? I feel like.
Yes, but you can put it on presentation.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you for your feedback. Now we're going to move into national legislation, and we're going to look at the South African Constitution, how that relates to research in South Africa, and then the various guidelines that fall underneath the Constitution. The Constitution being the rule of law in the country, the highest legislation in the country. And our Constitution, the South African Constitution, states that South Africa is a democratic state in which human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights are respected, promoted, and protected. The South African Constitution explicitly protects the freedom of scientific research. Okay, so how does it do that? Specifically in Chapter 2, which is the Bill of Rights of the South African Constitution, Section 16 states that everyone has the right to freedom of expression, and this includes academic freedom and the freedom of scientific research. So to conduct research, to participate in research, okay? And then under the South African Constitution, or below the South African Constitution, is the National Health Act 61 of 2003. And this act speaks specifically to research. And it states that every institution, health agency, and health establishments at which health research is conducted must establish or have access to a research ethics committee. Okay, so I explained previously that it is a legal requirement in South Africa, and this is found within Section 73 of our National Health Act. The main responsibility of each committee is to conduct rigorous ethics review of research protocols to ensure the welfare and other interests of participants. Researchers and animals, one of our participants alluded to research with animals as well, is used for scientific purposes. Used for scientific purposes are properly protected, and the research will be conducted in accordance with the required ethical norms and standards. Section 73 further states that REGS must grant approval where research protocols meet the ethical standards of the Health Research Ethics Committee. Okay, and what do we use to ensure that our research meets ethical standards? Most of the time, it's using the 4 principles that were used in the Belmont report: autonomy, maleficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Does the protocol meet these 4 principles? Okay. So under the National Health Act sits the National Research Ethics Guidelines, okay? Sorry, this picture is very blurry. And these are the updated guidelines which were updated in 2024. And these guidelines explain what is the role of a research ethics committee. And the primary role of a research ethics committee is to protect the interests. That includes the rights and the welfare of the research participants who volunteers to take part, or to protect the interests and welfare of animals used in scientifically and ethically sound research respectfully. Consequently, the primary responsibility of each REC member is to decide independently whether the proposed research would adequately protect these interests and keep to the exemplary standards in research activities. Okay, so this brings us, now that we've looked at the history of research ethics, we've looked at what that looks like legislation-wise in South Africa. It's the Constitution, it's the Health Act, and underneath the Health Act are the national guidelines. Research ethics are moral principles that guide researchers to conduct and report research without deception or intention to harm the participants of the study or members of society as a whole, whether knowingly or unknowingly. It is a set of values, standards, and principles used to determine appropriate and acceptable conduct at all stages of the research process. Principles for guiding decision-making and reconciling conflicting values in research with people and about people. And it concerns the responsibility of researchers to be honest and respectful to all individuals who may be affected by their research activities or their research outputs or reports. So why is ethics in research important? It's important because it is a reflection of respect for those who take part in the research, okay? As the guidelines explained, it is there to ensure the health and well-being of our research participants. It ensures that no unreasonable, unsafe, or thoughtless demands are made by researchers. We've seen in previous studies unethical practices that have taken place, and they were unsafe, they were unreasonable, and they were demanding of our research participants. And it ensures that research outputs are shared in a responsibly and ethically sound manner. Okay, so now we're going to move into the second part of our presentation. Dr. Alu Bafi will take us through ethics and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Marilyn. As Dr. Matthias is preparing to come in, please note, colleagues, that I will post our evaluation form on our chat. So as the sessions continue, please also have a look at the evaluation forms and don't forget to fill in. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for the first part of the presentation. As Marilyn said earlier, this part of the presentation is to give you a brief highlight of the ethical challenges associated with the use of AI in our work. It's not an exhaustive presentation. She referred you to presentations coming up on the 31st of this month, that if you can attend, then you'll be able to get in-depth knowledge of what artificial intelligence is all about, and maybe also on some of the ethical implications that are not going to be covered here. So we start this section with an activity which is on the screen here. And the question is, which of the following have you used AI for in your research? There are options that are given here, and I see people have already started responding. Some of us use AI without knowing that we're using AI, but that's how it is. And if I look at the responses, there are more people saying that they use AI in literature searching, then some say editing grammar, then brainstorming ideas, followed by summarizing articles, and then data analysis and coding. There are very few. Then also I have never used AI. So this activity is just to refresh our minds about some of the ethical challenges that we're going to be looking at later in this section of the module. So most people have indicated that they use AI in editing their grammar, followed by literature search, and then brainstorming, summarizing articles, and then in terms of data analysis, writing sections of a paper, and then I have never used. There are very few people on this section. So I don't know if you're comfortable, we can then go to the first slides, or we continue with the activity for a while before we move to the next slide.
That's up to you, Doc. If you want people to speak on their responses, then you can, but if not, then you're welcome to move on.
Yeah, I think the audience, if somebody can just try to indicate and explain why he or she, or why there are more people indicating that they used AI in literature search, if you can just explain why you use it in literature search and not for others, I think that might maybe help others to understand the importance of AI in literature searching. And feel free to unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, well, for me, I use it for literature search when it comes to getting new ways of using Boolean operators. So, for example, my research is centered around education in AI. So sometimes when I need synonyms for the same words that I am using, then AI would give like synonyms and Boolean operators to make use so that I can use for my literature search. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly. Please go ahead.
I mainly use AI in my research, particularly because my research is in AI and its governance and how to be responsible and ethical around it. So I use it mostly for my understanding my complexities in terms of the different theories that is embedded within my research, and then mostly for literature searching because there's such a massive bank on just artificial intelligence. It allows me to narrow down what I need specifically for what my topic is. So overall, it enhances my efficiency, my time management, because we don't all just have this one hat of being a student, and it improves my academic writing mostly because sometimes, like I'm speaking now, I'll go off trail and academic, it just, yeah, it synthesizes for me as well as just keep it coherent. And yeah, I also use it as a reviewer. Most cases I ask it questions like, what is missing, or what should I be looking at, what have I oversimplified, or yeah. So that's what I use AI for at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other input?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Anna here, just to concur with Dominic. In general, for me, I use AI in most of the things, but the main reason why I use it is because it's efficient. It saves me a lot of time compared to if I am doing everything from the scratch. I feel like I take so much time. And with AI now and with this life that is so fast, so many things are happening at the same time, I think it saves me sometimes. But also, I'm scared of using AI in data analysis, for example, because I don't want to put my data out there before I give them officially. I feel like maybe I don't trust the security around AI, and I feel like I'm giving it out there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Few people trust the security around the use of AI. Any other input?
Yes, I would also like to add.
Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I use AI similar to what the colleagues have mentioned, but what I would like to say also is that there is a fear behind that in terms of sometimes you're not sure if since this is all new to us in terms of how responsible you are using it, but it comes from mainly because we are busy, we've got a lot of responsibilities. So sometimes you just need to brainstorm quickly before you give, you know you've got maybe a limited time to do a certain thing. So now you just try to see, to find a way to say, how can I tackle this before I even put a lot of effort in it, because I've got a few moments maybe in order for me to look into this. But there is always that fear behind the scenes where you are not sure if you did the right thing, or if you're putting out something there and then maybe it's going to work against you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Umzile, your hand is up. Can you unmute yourself and speak, please?
Yeah, I wanted to make a contribution too.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so basically for me, I've used it mostly for qualitative coding ever since I started doing mixed method research. But for quantitative data, I have always resorted to using either Excel or even SPSS for Windows, because there you have software that you can use offline, and if you have the skill in doing that, then you do not need to use AI for quantitative data. But for qualitative data, it is sometimes difficult to bring out the related ideas from the data that you have collected. So many times I resort to the use of AI in that respect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Umzile, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Mine, I'm using AI much on getting more related literature or journals that are speaking to my topic or what I want to check at that particular time. But also, like I'm in the anticipatory governance space in my study. Sometimes I do struggle to get the opposing views on the future and how the future should look like. Then the AI did assist me to get those opposing view on the use of the anticipatory governance and the theory. So it does assist me on that, but also on designing the frameworks or some of the graphics, it does assist just to give me the idea, but I don't truly take as it is. I then put my own thinking on it. I've used much on that one, but I'm very skeptical of it drafting for me everything or giving me the idea, noting that this freedom, the knowledge freedom we have, can also be distorted can bring a distorted information in a way. But yeah, I've used that, and it has been effective on giving me these references on these journals and these other sites that I can visit. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Paul Aidi, can you go ahead, please? Dr. Paul Aidi, your hand is up.
Yes, I want to also lay my contribution. I use AI and both for literature review. It brings accurate explanations of some of the literatures, and also I use it for interpretation of the analysis. After carrying out analysis on the XPSS or Excel, it interprets it in a very smooth and correct languages. So I use AI, and it makes my work easy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Honestly, my 2 cents will be I actually use AI as a research assistant. It helps me brainstorm ideas, improve my research questions, understand data patterns, and also I use AI to edit my grammar because English is not my first language, of course. I can also use it or ask it to actually explain the statistical test or suggest how to analyze certain data, but I still check everything before using it, of course, because sometimes the AI that we use will sometimes hallucinate. So it is my responsibility to go back and reread what it has given me. When it comes to protecting my data, I'm very careful. I never upload raw information containing participants' names, whether student number, contact details, or anything that can actually identify them. I first remove those identifying details and maybe use, sometimes just maybe use made up data so that AI can now help me to show me how the analysis should be done, and then I can actually apply that guidance to the real data that I'm working with at that time, maybe using the software such as the SPPS or Excel, whatever. I also do avoid sharing confidential interview transcripts, as I have mentioned, consent forms, unpublished findings. If I cannot properly anonymize the data, I make sure I don't upload it. So AI is mostly about supporting my work, but the data remains protected and the final thinking and decisions remain mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Esther Ngube, go ahead, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. On my side, I use AI for correcting my code, especially when I'm writing those mathematical equations, because when I started my research, I wasn't really good with writing code in Python and MATLAB. So it has been very useful. Even when I can get code on GitHub, I've been using it to even to describe that it explains to me what the code is actually doing. So it's been really handy in that. And of course, I noticed that sometimes when you put up your system of equations there, it then starts to suggest a lot of other things that you had not actually, you're not looking for. So it really needs a lot of regulation on the part of the user so that you don't get unnecessary data that you have. Maybe let me say information that you have not sought for, although it also helps to broaden the thinking process. But I feel like it really needs a lot of regulation, because it can completely change my system of equations into something that I had actually not even probed for from the beginning.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I think all the responses that you've given speaks to the importance of AI in our research, but also they speak to some of the ethical challenges associated with the use of AI in the work that we do. Somebody was asking if AI cannot be a co-author, but I think from my own end, I feel that AI is a writing assistant and not a co-author. So let's move to the next slide.
Prof, can
Yes.
I come in because I'm struggling to raise my hand?
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, come in, please.
I used to be very comfortable with brainstorming using AI, but as a supervisor, I think I was traumatized when a student that I've actually taught how to use it ethically. I think the problem became, because obviously, with each and every university, there will be like a turning in system where you put in the whole, like the thesis, like the chapters, checking for Turnitin, and it actually generates even the AI report. So with this particular student, the previous chapters that she submitted, this is my student now, the AI report, the score was quite low, which was okay. But the final report after the AI went to the editor, the final draft went to the editor, because nowadays I think most editors would actually be using AI to edit the document. So when the student actually sent in, after the examiners have actually examined the thesis, when it went into the final Turnitin report, then the AI was 80%, which was a nightmare. That's what I'm saying. I'm no longer comfortable at all. Whereas, because obviously as a supervisor, if you have to write the supervisor's report, you need to actually explain why the AI score is so high, because obviously it's bordering on academic misconduct when you know very well that your student is actually very innocent. And at times they use Grammarly and they don't even know that it's AI. And some universities, obviously, they agree that you can use it as long as you acknowledge its use, you can use it ethically. But our university doesn't have room for that, unfortunately. So now, that's why I'm saying I'm scared now that whoever that I'm going to appoint next, I'll have to actually make it quite clear that please, you can examine the thesis, but don't put any of my students' work through AI, because it's going to actually create problems for me and the student eventually. So like I say, I don't know if I'm comfortable anymore. I'm
I understand
now.
you. I understand you. Most people are not comfortable because I remember there was an article that a group of us wrote and then submitted to a journal, and it came back because of the AI, just similar to what you just mentioned. I think it was about 60%. And eventually we had to restructure the article and submit to a different journal.
Yeah. Because if it's an editor, it's not you, but you compromised even during the process of your submission.
Yeah, so we have to use AI with care. I think in the morning they were emphasizing the fact that AI should not replace our knowledge of critical thinking.
That's true.
Otherwise, we'll always find ourselves into such problems. Thank you for that contribution. I think it helps everybody to understand the implications of using AI, whether in their dissertation or articles or anything that is writing. We have to be very, very careful in our use of AI and to acknowledge where and why we use AI in our work. So, Esther Ngobe, your hand is still up.
Oh yes, I just want to ask a question regarding to what Professor just said, because I think I noticed that even when I write a paragraph and I go to AI, maybe for grammar correction, whatever it does, at the end of the day, when you check the AI report, it then gives 75%, 80%, but it was only correcting grammar. So how then do we draw a line to say AI is useful or it's no longer useful, because it's now claiming all our work? I mean, that's how I felt anyway when it did that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, but I think I'll refer you to the sessions that are coming up on the 31st, because those sections will attempt to address some of the issues that you've just raised. I think the focus here is just to look at the ethical challenges, but the session on the 31st will help to, if you'll be able to attend, just a suggestion, because I might not be able to handle it the way I feel those experts on the 31st will respond to your query. Then
Thanks, Doc. I think we have already hit our halfway mark. So
yeah,
just
so let's
heads up
yeah, so
so that maybe we can continue.
Tambo, please, can we come to yours at the end of the session, please, if time
Yeah.
permits?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me just share this. So thank you very much for contribution to that activity. So at the end of the day, what is AI? So artificial intelligence, it can be
Sorry,
defined
Doc.
as, yes.
Please share at the presenters mode.
Sorry?
Please put presentation mode.
Oh, just a second. Is it fine now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. So artificial intelligence can be defined as a machine, mainly a computer capable of replicating human capabilities like learning, reasoning, and then self-correction. So it is centered around the idea that machines can be designed to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. And that includes learning from experience, understanding patterns, understanding language, solving problems, and then making decisions. But then here is the important part. AI doesn't think the way humans do. Some people feel that AI thinks like human. It doesn't have consciousness, no emotions or awareness. So instead, AI, it processes information using algorithms, which is step-by-step instructions that guides it towards a specific outcome. So some categories of AI include generative AI, which are models that generate novel content in response to prompts. For example, we have ChatGPT, for those who are familiar with ChatGPT. There's also large language models, LLM, which are AI models that understand and generate human-like text by training on data sets. So how do we apply artificial intelligence? We're told that AI is mostly applied in the following. For example, search engines such as Google. Sometimes when you travel, you enter information on Google Maps, and then they will give you the fastest route to your destination. That's an example of AI. It's also used in form of recommendation systems such as YouTube, Amazon, and Netflix, where a friend can recommend a content on YouTube for you to watch or a product to search. Then there's virtual assistants and also chatbots such as ChatGPT. Then why the use of artificial intelligence? We are told that AI is important because it significantly reduces errors and increases accuracy. But from what most of you were saying, it looks as if it also increases errors on the other hand. Then decisions made by AI are based on previously gathered information and a specific set of algorithms. And when programmed correctly, these errors can be minimized to zero. So for example, we told robotic surgery systems can perform complex surgeries with precision. So these first two slides were just meant to give you background on what artificial intelligence is, but our main concern is on the ethical challenges of AI in the work that we do, which is the focus of this module. So one of the challenges is bias and fairness. And we know that AI bias is an important ethical concern. It is meant to mimic, or AI is meant to mimic human behavior, that is to act like humans, think like humans. So it is possible that AI can be biased in the process of mimicking. Then bias exists in training data, which is coming from human input. And this training data is used to train AI models to think like humans. And that is why bias can exist in AI modules as well. Then there could be different sources of bias that exist. For example, confirmation bias, which is bias where AI would tend to produce confirmative answers when you ask a question, even when this may not be the case. So it's not all prompts that you put on AI that you get the correct responses. Then authorship is one of the major ethical challenges associated with the use of AI in our work. And I'm sure most of you mentioned this in the activity which we did at the beginning of this section. Research suggests that 52% or about 52% of internet content is AI generated. So prior to ChatGPT, I think over 90% of internet content was generated by humans. But in recent years, AI has populated the internet, occupying more than 50% of internet content. And this is bound to increase as the years go by. So the question is, who is the author of this AI content? How authentic is it? And how ethical is it? So these are questions that we have to ask ourselves. Like the prof asked earlier, that was mentioned earlier, that one of her students submitted a dissertation, and it ended up that over 80% was AI generated. So if I thought it was AI generated, who was the author of such information? So we always have to question the authorship of information that we get from AI platforms to make sure that we are not penalized at the end of the day. Then there's also the issue of accountability and transparency. That's the other issue, which is ensuring AI accountability and transparency in our work. So we all know that when conducting scientific research, transparency is required to ensure that others can reproduce the results that we generate. So, but when it comes to using AI in research, it complicates the steps for transparency and reproducibility. And this is because AI models are updating regularly. So you imagine that there are two people using AI and feeding the same prompt. That is, one person maybe now and the other person in 6 months' time asking the same questions. So we will certainly get different answers because of the time difference. So which one is correct? So these are things that we need to question and make sure that whatever responses we get from our prompts are ethical before we consider them as information that can be disseminated. And even when two people ask similar questions to AI at the same time, they may still get different answers because the prompt or because of the prompts that they use in asking those questions. So we should always take note of this when we use AI as assistant in our work. So against all these ethical challenges associated with the use of AI, what are some of the best practices that we can adopt in our work? So one of them is that we should always verify everything independently. That is, large language models can produce hallucinations or biased data, as I mentioned earlier. So we should always verify AI-generated claims and citations against credible primary peer-review sources. Then the other practice is that we should always maintain human accountability. That is, you are fully responsible for the integrity and accuracy of your research. So we should never let AI substitute for critical thinking, for hypothesis generation or conceptual leaps. That's why some people are skeptical about using AI. Then the other practice is that we should prioritize data privacy. So we should never input unpublished, sensitive or confidential data into public AI platforms, as these may train the modules on your proprietary information. Then the last is that we should disclose usage transparently. So we should explicitly detail how and where AI assisted your work, whether it assisted in the methods, acknowledgement sections. So you should be sure to check the exact AI guidelines for researchers provided by your targeted publisher or funding agency. I think most journals and publishers today, they have AI use as one of the requirements. So before you target a particular journal to submit an article or to submit your work to a publisher, you should always make sure that you read and understand their AI requirements. Some of them require that you declare your use of AI. And there's an example here which says declaration of AI use. And it says artificial intelligence-based tools were used solely to assist with language editing and formatting. So all substantive content analysis and interpretations are those of the author. So you'll be held responsible for whatever you write. AI only assisted you in language editing and formatting. Then that's the last slide which I have for this section. Then we end with an activity. The activity says, can IT put this up, please?
Doc, this is just meant to be a quick discussion. Our participants can just come in and answer questions very quickly because we're running out of time. It's not a poll, it's a discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marilyn. So the question says, a student uses ChatGPT to help write a literature review. So they ask it to summarize journal articles, improve the language, generate research questions, and then rewrite paragraphs they have written. The student does not acknowledge using AI in the thesis because they believe it is just like Grammarly. Is the student use of AI ethical? Which uses of AI are acceptable? At what point does AI become a co-author rather than a writing assistant? Should AI use always be disclosed? Who is responsible if AI produces incorrect information? So this is open for discussion, please. Feel free to unmute yourself.
I feel like I really need to come in here because I wear both hats. As a student and as a lecturer, and then also in my other report writing and so on. But for this particular, the student's use of AI, there's a parameter for ethical use. It becomes a writing assistant. It gives you like a template of where you want to go. You give your idea and say, create a template for me. But in this case, it's not acceptable. Only because it's now taken the article, generated questions for you. It could be many articles, so the questions could be skewed. The rewriting of all the paragraphs and then just copying and pasting that in, it's unethical. You would need to disclose your AI usage in every instance, whether it was for generating, what's it called, infographics, whether it was used to for in a grammar format. So my students are encouraged to use Grammarly because majority of the students I'm dealing with, English is not their first language. Although they went and got a matric certificate and said that English is their home language, they still have very little exposure to academic literacy or writing at an academic level. So Grammarly assists, the free version assists in just fixing up the grammar. Alternate picks up whether or not you've used for paraphrasing, or if you've literally just copy and pasted from somewhere, or copy and paste it on ChatGPT and then put it into Quillbot to humanize it, take it out and put it into your, say, literature review. It will pick up that it was initially generated by AI. And the person that will be responsible will be the student. We have a case of a PhD with a 92% AI. So it stems from something like this, where you're asking a good prompt, but you've taken the entire prompt as your work. So essentially, there is a line drawn by most universities, but I do think students need to be made aware of cases like this. It works for me with my students when I explain it, because on the one hand, I'm teaching marketing students where I encourage generative AI to be used for digital marketing or Google Analytics or data suites used. And then I'm speaking to undergraduate first year level where I'm assisting and saying, use Grammarly to assist you, use ChatGPT as an outline. But it's also the way that my assessments is done. Assessments for me is, we've just now had a little bit of a webinar on it at our institution, where you kind of cannot just copy and paste and get the answer. So again, it depends on the degree of what it is that is in front of you. So yeah, that's my answer in a nutshell.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. That was quite an exhaustive response, and I think we've learned a lot from your answer. So any other input, please?
Doc, if it's okay with you, can I go on to the next session, because the session ends at
Yes,
4,
please.
so
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
running out of time. So Marilyn, over to you. Let me stop sharing so you can put yours up.
Thank Thank you. So the next session is going to look at research integrity, and I'm very quickly going to go through this because we are running out of time. So what is research integrity and what is research misconduct? So research integrity, sorry guys, with this. Okay, so research integrity is the active adherence to ethical principles, professional standards, and intellectual honesty in proposing, conducting, and reporting on research. Okay, so what is then, if that's research integrity, what is research misconduct? Research misconduct will then be the opposite of the principles of research integrity. Research misconduct is the violation of ethical and professional standards in proposing, conducting, or reporting on research. And research misconduct is guided by the principles of the fabrication of data, the falsification of data, and plagiarism. But what do these things mean? So research misconduct takes place when a researcher decides to fabricate research data. And when a researcher fabricates data, it means that they make up data or they make up findings from their research that never ever happened or never ever took place. So that's fabrication. The falsification of data is when a researcher conducts research but then changes the results of the findings or admits or misrepresents the results of the research data. And then plagiarism is, I'm sure we're familiar with this one, the using of ideas or words of another person or another author without giving them the appropriate credit or without referencing the suitable author for where that idea or information came from. So what is the difference between research ethics and research integrity? Okay, in my opinion, there is a link between research ethics and research integrity. They complement each other. However, there are also differences between them. So research ethics focuses on the perspective of moral principles. Okay, research practice is viewed from the perspective of moral principles, so it ensures the protection of research participants. So we looked at the history of research ethics, its formalization, the various codes, declarations, and guidelines that were developed because we needed to ensure the protection of our research participants. And we also looked at the Belmont Report, which is guided by 4 principles of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice, and we went through those principles. Whereas research integrity is viewed from the perspective of professional standards. So it looks at the conduct of the researcher. Is the researcher fabricating data, falsifying data, plagiarizing within their writing or within their research? And research integrity focuses on the principles of the honesty of the researcher in all aspects of the research, being accountable in the conduct of the research, and professional courtesy and fairness when working with others, and the good stewardship of research on behalf of others. Okay, so these 2 processes complement each other. One focuses on the participant, the other focuses on the researcher. Okay, so this is the Singapore Statement on Research Integrity. It's a very old statement. It was developed in 2010. But it is from this statement that various other research integrity statements have been developed. So I'm going to very quickly go through this without reading everything. But following this, there will come another statement, a more recent statement, the 2024 statement, and that statement focuses on artificial intelligence. Okay, so the fundamentals of research integrity were developed in the Singapore Statement in 2010. And it speaks to integrity. So researchers taking responsibility and accountability for the trustworthiness of their research, adhering to the regulations, adhering to regulations and the various policies related to research, whether that's ethics or whether that's the principles of integrity. Research methods. So researchers should employ appropriate research methods and base their conclusions on critical analysis of the findings. And this is where it's important that we don't use AI and that you are still the critical thinker and the person behind the interpretation of your findings. Research records. Research should keep clear and accurate records, okay? Keep them in a safe space, password protected, spaces if it's on a laptop, and making sure that only the people who should be looking at their data have access to their data. In terms of research findings, researchers should share data and findings openly and promptly as soon as they have the opportunity. So not holding on to research data and ensuring that it is disseminated ethically and that the participants who participated in that research also are able to access the findings of that data. Authorship. Researchers should take responsibility for their contributions to all publications, okay, ensuring that when a manuscript is being developed or drafted, that all the authors who on that manuscript contributed towards the writing of that manuscript, and not just putting a person on a paper because they are your friend or because they are an expert in the field. They have to actively contribute to the writing of the manuscript. Publication acknowledgements. Researchers should acknowledge in publications the names and roles of those who made significant contributions. Okay, so for example, I am a PhD research trainee at the Human Sciences Research Council. I want to write a paper. I give it to my manager to review it. My manager can give me his expert opinion on it, his input on it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he automatically becomes an author of that paper. I can acknowledge him, for example, in the last section of the paper to thank him for his contribution. Peer review. Researchers should provide fair and prompt and rigorous evaluations and respect confidentiality when reviewing others' works. So if I invite you to contribute on a paper and I send it to you, keeping that paper confidential and private and not sharing it or publishing it without my knowledge. Declaring conflicts of interest. Researchers should disclose financial and other conflicts of interest that compromise the trustworthiness of their work in research proposals. So for example, if I'm somebody who sits on a research ethics committee, I'm both the PI on the project and I am a reviewer on that ethics committee, to declare my conflict of interest with that study, and if necessary, I be excused from the review of that study because I have the potential to influence how that study is being reviewed. And then if we move on to the next section very quickly, public communication. Researchers should limit professional comments to their recognized expertise when engaged in public discussions. So for example, when you are doing a webinar, for example, or you are at a conference, declaring that the views that you are expressing are independent from your organization, if they are, or declaring that you are there representing on behalf of your institution or whatever company you work for, but making sure that there's a differentiation between your views and the views of your institution. But if they are the same, then that's fine, you can declare that as well. Reporting irresponsible research practices and responding to irresponsible research practices. So these two are linked together. Researchers should report to the appropriate authorities any suspected research misconduct, okay? And earlier on, we spoke about fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. If you feel that there is a researcher in your community that is committing research misconduct, those issues need to be reported. Okay, so usually an institution should have a research integrity officer who is able to deal with issues of research misconduct, and there should be the necessary processes and protocols that follow from that process. And then research environments. Research institutions should create and sustain environments that encourage integrity through education, policies, and reasonable standards for advancements. So for example, the HSRC, as I mentioned previously, we have biannual research ethics trainings for our early career researchers. More senior researchers are also invited to join. We host webinars like this because we want to create an environment that supports research, that supports ethical and research integrity. And then societal considerations. Researchers and research institutions should recognize that they have an ethical obligation to weigh societal benefits against the risks inherent in their work. So that speaks to the principles that we spoke about, beneficence, making sure that risks never ever outweigh the benefits of our research. And if that is the case, what is the justification for that? But to always ensure that risks are minimized as far as possible. So this is the Athens Statement on Research Integrity, and this one was developed in 2024. And I've included this because there are various other principles that are involved in the statement. It is an extension of the Singapore Statement, but this is the first statement that deals with artificial intelligence. And there are 3 principles that are listed. The first being human accountability. So researchers must remain fully responsible for the integrity, validity, and the accuracy of their work. AI tools may assist with processes but cannot replicate critical scholarly thinking or fulfill the moral and legal accountability of authorship. Okay, so we've discussed this. I'm sorry that we can't discuss this at great length, but what was coming out from Dr. Alufabi's session was that we agree that AI should not replace the critical thinking, the human touch that we can add to our research. Transparent reporting, when AI is used in data analysis, methodology, or content generation, it must be clearly and transparently declared and documented. So, for example, some of you mentioned that you use AI when you are correcting grammar. Some of you are not first language English speaking people, and so you use it to help you with your language editing. Okay, you cannot list AI as a co-author, to my knowledge, but you can declare it in the section of your publication, stating that AI was used and what exactly it was used for. So that is allowed. And then cross-sector collaboration integrity. Researchers must safeguard the independence of their research, manage biases, and ensure that AI-driven tools do not obscure the human role in knowledge production. Okay, so essentially what that means and what all these principles are trying to say is that humans must remain the authors of their work. And we must remain the critical thinkers of our work and not allow AI to conduct that or to take over that aspect of our work. What makes our work unique and valuable is our own personal critical thinking, behind your research work. Okay, so this is a quick video that speaks about research integrity, and I'm very quickly just going to play this. Hold on. Why is it not making my screen bigger? There we go. Okay. Let me do that. There we go. Why is it not playing? IT, why is it not playing?
It seems like it's hanging. Do you want me to play the video from my end?
Yes, if you can, please. Thank you.
It's still not following the predictors. Any explanation?
No, there just seems to be inconsistencies.
Remember, I need all the data completed by Friday. We have a week to write this up, and we'll still make the submission deadline. You're sure this is accurate?
I have done each step twice since we had to restart the experiment.
Maybe that's part of the problem. Listen, I know we can do this. We've missed a few deadlines before, so we can't miss this one.
I know.
3 other labs are working on this. But you know that. I have every confidence in you. You'll figure it out.
He really knows how to dial up the pressure.
I'm under enough already.
You and me both. I think he's worried about tenure.
My assistantship is almost up. If I blow this, he won't renew it.
Hey, if this takes another 4 or 5 months, I won't finish my postdoc. That can't happen.
I would have to go back home. My family would be so upset. It would be such a disgrace for my family, for me.
Hey, what's this? The coding system is off here.
What?
Yeah, it looks like someone read this number wrong, and the rest of the following notations are off.
What?
This can't be right.
Oh no. It could be either of those chemicals. Oh no. This puts us back at the beginning.
No. Wait. No. Okay, I see what happened here. It's not a problem. I can fix it. It's just copied wrong. The chemicals didn't get mixed up.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. Sorry to give you a heart attack. Hey, who's the postdoc here? It's okay, get to class. Thanks. See you later. There's no way I can figure this out. The codes are too similar.
Thank you, IT. Okay, so we're going to end the session with just some discussion on what took place during that video. If we can just discuss whether you think that was a form of research misconduct. If you do think it was a form, yes or no. If you do think it was a form of research misconduct, what type of misconduct do you think that is? So IT, if you could just do a poll for me. Yeah, so thank you. Was this a research ethics or research integrity breach? And what type of breach was it? Is it data fabrication, falsification, plagiarism? Thank you. Thank you. I can see some of your answers coming in, and we have exactly 4 minutes left. Okay, so if someone just wants to come in and in the session and explain to us what type of, was this a research ethics or research integrity breach? What type of breach was it? And then what is the significance of such a breach for the research community? So when researchers commit research misconduct, what implications does that have for the rest of the scientific community? Anybody can just come in and respond to that.
Marilyn, I will only allow you to take one comment as we are left with 3 minutes, and also to remind colleagues that can they kindly fill in the evaluation form. So I am giving you 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so let me go.
Okay.
So I think that it's both an ethical and a research integrity breach, because first of all, it's not ethical. What you are putting out is false, which is touching on the ethics, and then it then went to show that the result is not a true reflection of what it ought to be, and as a result, the data has been falsified and fabricated, because she obviously saw that there was something wrong with it. Instead of them to actually go back to the table and then, do the right thing, she decided to play around with the data for personal reasons, because she wants to finish her program and whatnot. So yeah, so it's both ethics and integrity breach, and then the type of
Thank
breach.
you. And sorry,
Constitutional
thank you. Very quickly, what consequences does doing such things have for the broader research community when researchers commit unethical or misconduct?
Okay, so it reduces the value that it reduces the value that the society places on research institutes or researchers. That's one. And then it reduces, yeah, basically that's what it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that we can't engage in further discussions. I'm sure that everybody has a lot to say. Dr. Alufebi, I don't know if you want to come in and just say a last few words, and then we can hand over to the chair. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining our session and for your participation.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Marilyn, for the excellent presentation. I want to thank the audience for joining this module. I think what we presented, it's what we felt will assist you in your work when it comes to research ethics and also AI and the research that you do. My only emphasis is that for those who still want to learn more about artificial intelligence, please do attend the sessions or the modules on the 31st of this month, because I'm sure you'll learn a lot about artificial intelligence or ethics and artificial intelligence, because the presenters for that particular day are people who are actually working in the field of artificial intelligence. So with that, I thank you for attending, and I hope that you found the module interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you to our presenters. A round of applause to you. This was really an insightful session. And unfortunately, we cannot take more questions due to time, but we really appreciate each and every one of you for your participation and your active involvement throughout the module. So I hope we will still continue joining other modules as the week continues. So just one key takeaway, we should remember that AI is a tool and not a replacement for the researcher. So I think that is one of the highlights that we learned from this session. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, colleagues.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. Bye. See you tomorrow.
We're using the same link for
Recording
tomorrow.
stopped.
Bye. Just to clarify, there are different links for each day. You should have received them in your email. But if you haven't, please feel free to email the Academy queries at hsrc.ac.za. And I will help you get the right links. But you should have received an email with different links for each track and for each day.
Good afternoon. I only see it's only the link for today. So in the email that we received, so which means we will
Please
need the ones
respond
for
to
the
the
other day.
email if you haven't received it,
Okay.
and I will respond to you with the other links.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pearl.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if there's any facilitator who's still here. Did I hear correctly when they said we're going to receive another link for tomorrow's treks?
Yes, so you should have received it, but if you haven't, please email. So you did receive an email, correct? From which probably me, Sakir, if you can remember.
Yes.
So please respond to that if you haven't received it, and I will send you the links for the rest of the week.
Do I specify which track I want, or you'll just send all of the links?
Just tell me that you don't have the links, and I'll send you all of them, and then you will choose the ones based on the
Oh.
modules you are interested in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Zakia.
Yes.
Hello. Yes. Can you also please share with the links with me as well?
So please just respond to that email and then I will
Okay.
respond directly to you. Okay.
All right. And the other thing that I wanted to check, is it possible for these sessions to be held on a physical meeting?
Physical, unfortunately not this year, but maybe in the future we can look at that. But this year it's a purely online event.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Doc. Can I please ask something?
Yes.
When will the evaluation close? What time will the evaluation close?
So you can do, you mean the links to evaluate the modules?
Yes.
So you can do them throughout this whole week. Just make sure you choose the module you want to evaluate. There's a choice. So you have until the end of this week to evaluate any of the modules that you've attended.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, afternoon again. I just want to check. So for today's introductory workshop, we don't need to do the evaluation?
You can. I mean, there's
Because I saw when you come into the part where you need to select the module you are.
Oh, you mean for the morning, this morning session? So no, so it's only from module 1. So yeah, you won't be able to evaluate that
Yeah.
first part, which wasn't the module.
Okay.
But if you
So
want to
which
share
means
anything, please put it in the comments of any of the others. If there is something you would like to share about the opening or something, we will get it if you put it in any of the other evaluations.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, thank you.